Good morning, everyone. I hope everyone can hear me. Students, see, at this point in your training, if you will not focus on every little detail, then you might miss out on the opportunity. What's the opportunity? To grab that RT license in the coming attempt that you have registered yourself for. What is this little thing that I'm talking about? The meeting link that I have shared, in that there is a revised lecture start time, 1015. I think nobody noticed and people are panicking. Be a little careful, my dear students. I expect you all to, I obviously feel that you have become mature. These are signs of professional maturity. Nothing. If you're still thinking that you could get by in aviation by missing out on these little things, then understand you would keep on missing these little things here and there, here and there, here and there. And that little miss would become accumulative. You know how it goes, right? I don't need to say that again and again. So students, revise. There has been a weekend in between, and then plus a Monday. Revise, note down your doubts, all the doubts that you need to ask me today, make them ready. I have almost all your doubts. A few doubts I have asked people to share today in class, which we'll be doing. Of course, a few doubts will be clearing. And then I have a dedicated thing to teach you all today. You know the break timings. We will be sticking by the break timings. You know the lecture end time. We'll be sticking by that end time. Okay? What I'm trying to say right now is mentally prepare yourself. What you're going to learn today, you need to learn it at a level of 100%. This is for all those students who have had extensive training in their RT. A few students who have just joined in today, have just studied 2 or 3 or 4 lectures. You all just take a feel, understand, learn, have fun, enjoy, notice. You'll have to do something in near future. Today is your time to get better prepared in a shorter time at your own individual level. Follow my voice. Whatever I say is ultimately important to be utilized in the examination. But I've seen my dear students just listen and nod their head, but when it comes to performance, they are still doing the same mistake which they have been told not to do again and again. So if you cannot follow, if you are unable to follow the loophole correction in your study strategy, then how can I expect you to follow everything that I teach? Now, what would happen if you don't listen to what I'm saying? You will not clear the exam. Does it affect me or does it affect you? If you think, sir, it will affect you, it will increase your burden, it will be a loss for you, you'll have to teach the same student again for the same fee that is already paid because you will not charge again. No, I can teach 24/7. It doesn't matter how many students, how many times. So whose loss is it? And anyway, you all know the scholarships you have got. So whose loss is it in the end? It is your loss. Now, what would that loss do to you? If you're already someone who's struggling in aviation since 4 or 5 years, 3 years, you know what's going to happen if you don't clear. You know the pressure society is going to put on you, starting with your parents, maybe your friends, maybe your personal consciousness. Students who are freshers, you're very nice, but now you don't have to be nice. You have to be aggressive. You don't have to wait for sir to get back to you. You have to get to sir one way or the other. Still, after doing everything, students are still finding it difficult to follow instructions. Because I have realized it. Why? It is because sir makes everything pretty simple to understand. So whatever we think is simple, we think is not important at the level of DGCA examinations. We think everything complicated is the way to learn and clear. But it is my job to make it simple so that you understand and memorize it. But what is happening, my dear smart students are understanding it and they think they'll remember it. But memory takes time. It's not love at first sight that you'll always remember. It's hard work. I want everyone to use the next 10 minutes to center yourselves around your mind and your goals. Your eyes open, your ears open, and you're ready to do it. What some of you all are thinking, oh, such a lengthy lecture. If that's how you're going to start, then you're going to get only half of what you're learning. So you skip the live class. You go through the recording and increase the playback speed to 2x and do it your way. At least you'll save half of the day. So that is called self-awareness. Utilize these 10 minutes. Wait for me to get back. Be there where you are. And once I get back, we're going to just get started. Whatever I'm going to teach you, you have to learn. Whether you are an excellent student who's following all instructions, or you think you are a good student following all instructions, or maybe it's 10 different things. It doesn't really matter. Everyone has to follow it. My strategies will work for you when you work with them. If you are going through your strategy, discounting my strategy, then how can I guarantee? Because your strategy has so many errors. Think about it, everyone. Some of you all who are waiting for me to get back and sir, हम तो क्या ही कर सकते हैं, आप ही time नहीं दे रहे हो. आप aggressive बन सकते हो, not rude. Aggressive as in, sir, come on, let's do it. Sir, come on, give me preference. Sir, where are you? Sir, let's meet. Sir, let's get on a call. Students, these days we are studying at 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m. in the night. Who is getting that? That person who is sticking behind my back. Who is doing it? Who is doing it? Those students are doing it who are following my instruction. That keep reminding me, keep calling me, keep texting me. Simple. I'm not against anyone. I want you all to understand what I'm trying to say. Because if today's session you miss out on a few things, and if your exams are starting from 17, 18, 19, 20, 22nd, 20, up to these guys, then it could become very difficult for us to go ahead. I don't want to scare y'all. Some of y'all don't need to worry about what I'm saying. You just do what you're doing. But others, you be very careful, okay? I'm still with you. The only flaw is that you're unable to follow what you're being taught. At least tell me why. Even if you cannot do that, keep nodding your head and keep distracted by the rest of the world. Then you'll have to struggle a little more to get that RT. But eventually you will get that RT by hook or by crook. This way is the ideal way to do it. This is how it's supposed to be if corruption was not involved. But that's how it is. You can still get your way through RT just by paying your coaching fee, whatever you have paid me individually. You know, the fee will vary from people to people, depending upon a personal thing, and your exam fee and your travel. That's all that it should cost for RT. You still have time. I'm still here. If you have exams in a week or 2 or 3, and if you are doing anything that is not productive towards your exam, then how do you think you'll get the result? Overconfidence is good when you have knowledge worth of 5 to 10 years. Even then, that overconfidence should be followed by cross-reference and cross-checking. How many times have I said that? You have to understand what I'm doing is applicable for every student, be it a Hindi graduate, Marathi graduate, English graduate. Be it someone who's a genius who scores 99%, or maybe someone who scores 36% or 41%. The way I'm teaching it benefits everyone in the same way. Why are you not taking the best of it? When I'm teaching you through my thing, why are you still referring other things? Why are you not stopping that? You don't realize that's your main block. Because you started with those things before taking coaching with me. So it will be very difficult for you to learn with me in a short period of time if you have been learning through something else for a long time. So in order to learn, a wise man, these are wise man's words, okay? In order to learn, you have to unlearn everything that you have learned till date. Take this time, center yourselves. I'm going to surprise you all. Maybe 2 minutes, maybe 5 minutes, maybe 7 minutes, maybe 10 minutes. I'm going to surprise. I'm going to present myself. And then we're going to get started. And students who have priority exams, you are the only ones who's getting any session if you are getting any session. Okay? The night calls are for those students who are not doing RT. So they are getting second priority after y'all. So we only get that time. Burning. Steal some time out of our sleep time and do it. You're thinking, sir, हमारा तो इतना ही class होता है, but whatever we are doing it for RT only right now. And yeah, just give me 2 more days. I know we all have that much time. I think that much time will be enough, even for 17, 18, 19 students. 2 more days, and I'm sure I'm going to give you those sorted notes in the end. I wanted to wait till I finish a few more calls with you all. The old drives and all you have, but then I'm going to send something very nice to you all. Hopefully it comes on time. So if you focus on class properly, then you will give me extra time after class to make sure that I get it ready for you all, customized to your needs. I already have material, but y'all will not follow it. I know, because it's in different books and sections. It's not one compilation. I want to give it in one compilation. But if you keep me engaged after class also, doing the same things again and again that I've already taught in class, then just waste of time. I'll spend the time with you. I'll teach you something 100 times also. But listen, if you're not understanding in the first go or second go, there's a fault in your learning. And I'm trying to fix that fault. Nobody will do that. You all know in your personal experience, teachers will tell you, अरे आपसे नहीं होगा, आप जाओ यहाँ से. हम बोलते हैं आपसे होगा, आप बस ध्यान दो. क्यों नहीं होगा भाई? सबसे होगा. आप बट वो करो जो हम आपको बोल रहे हैं. Why do you think it won't happen? It will happen if you do as told. Center yourselves, everyone. Reset your targets, determination, goals. Say that, yes, I'm going to get the best out of this session today. That should be your only goal for today. No matter you want to become a PIC, a millionaire, a billionaire, whatever your goals are. Your real goal is today's goal to learn everything that I'm teaching you. Think about it, students. If you're thinking about your flying, if you're thinking about your finances, if you're thinking about your job, CPL, relationships, this, that, all that will be after the session today. So a wise man would focus on the task at hand, live in the moment and do best. So you think, what would you want to do? A wise person's thought or a non-wise person's thought? Even if you have been a good student, I want you all to think about it. Some students who are really excellent, I'm very happy to have you all, you know. It doesn't mean you'll not apply these things to yourself too. We need to make sure that doesn't happen with us any time ever in aviation. I'm not upset. I'm concerned. So I'm thinking, instead of saying this thing after the lecture is done in your one-on-ones, where you don't need all this jazz, but you need me to teach you more and work on your faults. So I'm saying this right now collectively. So everyone, center yourselves. Sit there, take deep breaths, go through your notes, lecture 1 onwards, only through what I have taught, not the question papers you have got printed. If you're still doing that, then make a board out of this booklet, sit into it, and go sail somewhere. Because RT might not come in handy. Of course, you will get it. Many people are doing it. Question bank. I remember that guy. How was your paper? Sir, I got Charlie Bravo something. I'm like, what? Sir, question paper आया था same to same करके आया मैं. I didn't even feel. I felt like puking right there. I don't know why. अरे ये कौन सा कॉन्सेप्ट हो गया? फ्लाइट प्लान तो समझाओ. अरे सर, हो गया. कॉपी पेस्ट. सो जो भी कॉपी पेस्ट के लिए प्रिपेयर कर रहा है, आई रियली होप कि आपको वो क्वेश्चन पेपर आ जाए. और जब वो क्वेश्चन पेपर आपको आ रहा है, जो आप मगअप कर रहे हो, आई होप वहां पे आप मिस्टेक नहीं करोगे. Right now you cannot see me, the video is off because I want you all to focus on not my rough looks but my voice. I'm actually joining my hands right now in front of the computer screen, sitting in front of 19 youngsters and pleading that please, अगर आ रहा है क्वेश्चन पेपर तो वहां तो गलती मत करना. अगर आप क्वेश्चन बैंक कर रहे हो तो आप मानोगे नहीं, वो भी गलतियां कर रहे हैं लोग. क्वेश्चन पेपर आ भी रहा है, उन्होंने पढ़ भी रखा है, फिर भी फेल होके आ रहे हैं. क्योंकि वो बिगिनर्स पैनिक तो रहेगा ही ना. क्वेश्चन पेपर वो बिगिनर्स एक्सपीरियंस तो नहीं सिखाता ना, वो तो सर सिखाते हैं ना. वो तो आपने मिस कर दिया ना. तो भले ही आप क्वेश्चन बैंक करो, मेरी स्ट्रैटेजीज नहीं फॉलो करोगे ना, फिर भी मिस्टेक होगी. उसके लिए भी मैं आपको गाइड कर रहा हूं. मुझे पता है आप क्वेश्चन पेपर से ही पढ़ने वाले हो, फिर भी मैं आपको उस तरह से गाइड कर रहा हूं कि आप वो चीज में गलती ना करो. फिर भी आप वो इंस्ट्रक्शंस मिस करके क्वेश्चन पेपर भी सॉल्व नहीं कर पा रहे हो. फिर भी आपको लगता है कि हम चांद सितारे हैं. चांद सितारे बनने के लिए उतनी दूर उड़ना पड़ता है और उतनी चमक उगानी पड़ती है. आप सब जमीन पे हो. चमक बन रही है, पॉलिश हो रही है. 3-4 साल से पॉलिश के चक्कर में एवरीवन इज रस्टेड. वो रस्ट लेके आगे बढ़ रहे हो तुम लोग. यहाँ एक अच्छे सर मिले हैं जो आपको ओवरऑल वो रस्ट क्लीन कर रहे हैं आपकी, helping you get back the shine. Everything is gonna help you achieve your goals, paper and further. बट आप लोग वो रस्ट में जीना सीख गए हो. That's all. Wait for me. I'm coming back. I'll get the vibes once everyone settles down. This is how we work, okay? You have to do it. It's an order, students. I'll start talking, only then you can talk to me. So if anyone's making a call or anything, you're not going to get any response. I want to see how quickly and nicely you follow instructions.
Excuse me, sir. Uh,
All stations, Mumbai Control. I hope everyone can hear me and see me.
Read you 5, sir.
Affirm Victor Tango Alpha Uniform.
Affirm Victor Tango Mike Echo
Affirm Victor
Delta.
Tango.
How do you read?
Affirm Victor Tango Charlie Bravo Lima.
Affirm Victor Tango Julia Alpha Yankee.
Affirm Victor Tango Romeo India Mike.
Victor Tango Foxtrot Alpha Sierra.
Affirm Victor Tango November India Tango.
Affirm Victor Tango Lima Romeo Charlie.
Affirm Victor Tango Romeo Bravo Victor.
Affirm Victor Tango Sierra.
Affirm Victor Tango Sierra Sierra Mike.
Affirm Victor Tango Papa Kilo.
Okay, so just a minute or so, we'll get started. 1 second, everyone, stand by. All stations, Mumbai Control, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. How do you read? Stations reading less than 5 should only respond. Correction, stations reading less than 5 should only respond. Okay, Victor Tango November Echo Alpha, Mumbai Control, how do you read?
Mumbai Control, I read you 5, Victor Tango November Echo Alpha.
Okay. Neha, we will not use I. If you skip
Okay.
I, it becomes a perfect article.
All right. Affirm. Victor Tango November Echo Alpha.
All right. Srijit, I don't understand. I have two call signs. Are you attending through two devices? Srijit, I'm talking to you.
सर मैं अभी घर पे नहीं हूँ इसलिए दो फोन यूज कर रहा हूँ दिस वन फॉर वीडियो एंड वन फॉर ऑडियो
Okay, fine. Are you sure?
श्योर सर विक्टर टाइम शुरू करने का
Can you transmit from the other phone also? Maybe a video or something. I need proof.
Yes, I will go on the audio right now.
Yeah, very good.
Sir, screen is speaking, sir. Victor Tango Sierra Romeo.
Say again.
Victor Tango Sierra Romeo.
Very good, very good. Very good. No problem. Settle down. Do as it's comfortable for you. No problem. Go back to your own setup now. Very nice. Okay, so we have Usaid. Usaid, please rename yourself on Zoom. You have a call sign assigned. We have Pooja, Pratik, Bhavin. Usaid, Pooja, Pratik, Bhavin. 1 second. Yeah, so we have Usaid. Yes, Usaid. Usaid, can you not try renaming? I'll help you rename. Wait, don't worry. It's okay. Eventually you'll figure out. USDs. Let's have EURE. Echo Uniform Romeo. Let's hope we get that. And let's also get Golf Bravo Papa. Those are my 3 target currencies. Not through the academy, of course. Anyway, so Pratik, Bhavin, Pooja, Usaid, welcome to the class. Vignesh, Suchita, Likhit, Gulshan, and Sahana, welcome to the class. And we have Rishi, we have Vignesh, Jyotsna, Tanishk, and Nitin. Welcome. Ayush, Srijit. We have the VIP from South, Jai Kumar. We have Ashwini. We have second half of Srijit. We have Nukul and we have Neha joining in today. Very good morning, everyone. And I hope you are all centered to learn what we are learning today. Students, if you'll have any doubts, park them in the parking lot and then let me know. All right. Right now, I'm not going to take any doubts. So please hold on to the thoughts. Okay. If there is something that you need to get across me, just drop me a message on WhatsApp. Okay. Papa Romeo Kilo, leave the session, rejoin the session. I'll give you 2 minutes to do it. That will fix your issue. Okay. So what are we going to do today? So what happens is, what we have learned so far, that gives you an ability to make good calls. But when you don't really understand the intent for all situations, you get stuck into why are you calling? Where are you is there in the question reference. Whom are you calling can be figured out through reading the chart. Who are you is the call sign from the flight plan. Why are you calling? That intent. That intent is very tricky. Every time you come across, some of you all have seen, every time you come across even a solved example, you don't really understand the intent because you don't know about the procedure. These days, what they are doing, the examiners, the paper setters and all, they'll include everything that the pilot is facing, or maybe they'll include those things that the pilot is facing in the exam, those things the pilot is facing in real life, they'll simulate that in the exam, such situations which were not asked before in the exam. Along with that, of course, whatever other ways are. So what happens is, every time when we are learning RT, sometimes we realize that we have to learn a little more and new, because anything could be asked. The other day, thanks to one of our classmates, she told me that, sir, actually for part 2, I got to know from one student that she was really asked questions from here and there. I'm like, yeah, possible. So I asked for the list, and now we will add that also to our part 2 notes, or maybe to a part 2 briefing sessions or whatever. That is not a part of our syllabus, and still people clear not learning all that. But now, because you are having those questions and you're not prepared, and if you had some sort of struggle in your life, maybe not clearing a few exams here and there, a burden, then you'll only focus on what you don't know. Not on what you know, but what you don't know. Not on what you need to revise and master. No, I need to learn more. I need to learn more. But if your fundamentals are wrong, no matter how much you learn, you'll end up making the same mistakes, and you'll end up losing 50% of your marks. My idea is that I want you all to score 70 or 80 on every question. If you follow the instructions and if you tell me everything accordingly, then you'll get that 70 or 80 for every question. Simple. All the strategies are centered around you being able to score 70 on 80 on every call, minimum. Base, that's a base price. Anything over and above is always encouraged. So that's where your skill set, your presence of mind, something extra that you have learned, question paper solutions that you have seen, that comes after that 80%. Anyway, what's done is done. What we can do is what we should focus on. I have a very good idea, and we're going to do it. Okay. But if I don't do that, then some of you all will not get the desired outcomes. Simple. So we have done a lot of reports. Okay. Students who have not done it, you will know it. Many of you all already know it. We have done a lot of reports. We will do a few more reports because they are standard. And after that, I'm going to show you a few situations wherein the FIC and the ADC, with respect to the startup, how can we tackle those calls? And we'll simulate a few more calls and see how good we are with our calls and understanding. We might have a few trivia type of questions here where I would want you all to participate. Okay. Whoever can participate, great. I'm not going to force. All right, because we don't have much time. Although we see that we have an entire day, it's not really an entire day. It's only 5 hours, out of which 1 hour is break time and 1 hour we have already spent. Okay, so get that monkey out of your mind, thinking it's a lengthy class. And one more suggestion I want to give you all students, I'm not sure if everybody has a study table to sit and study. Even if you do, what we generally follow, even when I'm teaching, generally when I'm teaching, I'm just sitting, but I don't want to get up because I want to focus on work even in breaks. But sometimes when you're learning, if you have a portable device, then just get up and walk around a little bit. Don't just be seated in a bed or just stretch your legs. It's all messy, you know. It might distract you and make you miss out on something. And plus, no multitasking when you're learning. I know you have important calls and all, but give them some time. You know, I give you a lot of time in between. So let the keep phone ringing on vibration or something. Okay. When I'm giving you 5-10 minutes here and there talking this and that, the concept is clear. Okay. Sir is taking time then you can quickly check your messages, reply. And then okay, when sir started, stop it. And then look at sir, listen to sir, make your notes. Right? Do that, okay? Otherwise, you'll miss out on a few things. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to show you these reports on HF. Okay, it's very easy and it's very highly scoring. Okay, when I say scoring, it means generally in study terms, it means that easy to score. All right. So yeah, let's do it. So the heading would be, I'm sharing the screen with you all. The title for today would be reports on HF. Okay. Okay, and yeah, I'm just thinking that I don't want to act all stern because you all know that's not my style or strategy. So yeah, let's smile a little bit. I'm not upset, but yeah, I have to be stern when it comes about discipline because we hardly have any time, students, right? Yes. So please enjoy, and I hope everyone's smiling. You can use your reactions to show me. I don't want anyone to put your videos on. Keep them off. It's okay. I trust you all. I want to show you all that I'm trusting you all. Okay. So relax, enjoy the session. It's going to be a fun session. A little slow, a little fast. Don't worry about it. If we cannot cover everything today, everything is planned for you individually also. Always have a fallback plan and a fail-safe plan. Don't worry, okay? Let's just enjoy this. And make sure whatever doubts you have, you keep them written down somewhere so that when I'm asking or taking doubts, that's when you can talk to me now. So make sure the parking lot, you all know how to do. Just make it noted somewhere so that you can discuss that with me. So I think we are breaking at 11:40 or 45. I'm just checking. You all don't need to check. You all just look at the books, discuss your doubts, whatever you have. No, not discuss, note down your doubts. Yeah, 11:45. So no matter what time what I'm talking about, the moment it's 11:45, we'll all take a break. We'll assume that we are getting a ring, like in colleges, tring, 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 and students are like, that's our legal rule to come out. No matter what the instructor is saying, we all are gonna barge out or maybe open our lunch boxes or mobile phones or whatever. So you can simulate that, okay, everyone. 11:45. Don't need for me to tell you all there's a break. Pratik is seeing me first time without goggles. Okay, Pratik. That day you were seeing me first time in what? Black blazer? Actually, that was a blue blazer with some black t-shirt or something. And actually, what do we say? It is from my college days. We were given a blazer and I got the logo removed because that was my first blazer. So and good to know that I'm still in shape. I'm very happy. So thank you, Pratik, for noticing. But थोड़ा पढ़ाई पे ज्यादा नोटिस करोगे तो आपको भी खुशी होगी. यहाँ तो सिर्फ मुझे खुशी हो रही है कॉम्प्लीमेंट सुन के. I like compliments. Once again, students, where is it? So what are these reports on HF? Okay. They are simple. If you're wondering, sir, when do I actually talk on HF? Because generally I have everything on VHF. So when do I talk on HF? So most of the times you are already told when you're going to speak to HF. It's already scheduled in your flight. It's one of those mandatory things that you're going to do. Okay. What is this mandatory thing that I'm talking about? Okay. Pratik, wait, okay, for some time. All right. First, let's say first point number 1, okay? Calls on HF are generally mandatory to be given at appropriate points along the flight plan route. These are number 1, departure report, also known as departure message. And the second mandatory call is FIR report. Okay. Write down point number 3. There is also one mandatory call on, correction, don't say call. There is also one mandatory check on HF that has to be done pre-flight. Point number 4. This is known as pre-flight SELCAL cell call check. Point number 5. When cell call check needs to be done post-flight, post or post-departure, post as in after. Students, whoever is not clear with the word post, write down post as in after. Okay? After. Post-flight, post-departure, or en route, it is called as airborne cell call check. Sixth point. Are there any more reasons to talk to HF, that is radio? Point number 7. Yes. Why not? Possible reasons to talk with HF radio over and above the ones mentioned above are as follows. Note, these are only a few. Any number of possibilities can exist. So this statement here will tell you that, okay, this is not the only reason what I'm giving you. This is just for our understanding. Probably there could be more reasons. So what are these examples like? What are these reasons that I will talk to HF? Number one would be whenever HF, that is radio, raises your station. So whenever you get a call from radio, the call would be like Air India 101, Mumbai Radio. So you'll say Mumbai Radio, Air India 101. So I say again, Mumbai Radio, Air India 101. That's how you raise the station. Students, remember, we don't use go ahead anymore, the latest update. All right. By the way, do we have Vaibhav in class today? Vaibhav? Vaibhav, are you there? Okay. So the first reason would be whenever HF radio calls you, in your exam, the situation could be like some hint would be given to you, but not the exact name of the ATC would be given to you. Okay. Second possible reason could be when you experience total RCF. Students, RCF is radio communication failure. When you experience total RCF over VHF and you have HF on board. HF on board means along with VHF com equipments which are mandatory for all aircrafts, HF will always be also on board or might also be on board. So a question might arise in your mind, sir, does it mean all aircrafts are not, it's not mandatory for them to have an HF on board? No, it's not like that. Depending upon their operations, if it's going to be a scheduled airline, a scheduled flight, like someone who's, basically all airlines, they will require HF and VHF. It's a mandatory rule. Okay. Certain smaller aircrafts, training flights or VFR flights that have a limited flight time in the limited vicinity, and we are sure that, some sort of HF backup is there or something. Still, I would want student pilots to have HF also, but then generally sometimes it's not mandatory, so people will not have. So there you might not have HF on board. In your exams, in the flight plan, in the other information, they will mention that HF is not on board. If HF is not on board, students, then you cannot talk to radio. So don't make those foolish calls of all the calls that you're learning right now. You cannot talk. You cannot talk. So you have to carefully look at the other information part of your flight plan, something that I've seen not many people are understanding or learning or reading properly. Something that I keep saying again and again. So remember that. Okay. So you have HF or not on board. If students say, sir, what if I don't have HF on board? So I just answered that question. When you don't have HF on board, no way you can talk to radio. No way radio can talk to you. Your VHF equipment is not designed to accept or transmit or receive frequencies on HF. What could be the other reasons? VHF or any other authority asks you to CTC, contact HF. Now remember, they will give you the frequencies to contact. If you don't know, then you will always say request frequency for the said ATC, and then you contact. In the exams also, if they don't give you frequency, look at the chart. On the chart, generally, there might be a reference of the frequencies, primary and secondary. So this is one question that many students have. What is this primary? What is the secondary? So this is what we're going to master right now. Any other possible reasons? If we think HF could call us, can come here. Okay. These are simple reasons where you would talk. But if I have to think about what are the other places or reasons when I have to talk to HF, then HF, that is radio, can always, CTC is contact, can always contact you for advisory calls. Advisory calls, sorry, the spelling came out very wrong. Advisory calls, it is a common term I'm using right now. Advisory calls could be related to your flight safety, related to something going wrong on the route ahead in real time for which you don't even have a NOTAM or anything. So HF generally, keeps an oversight on the entire airspace of the country, while VHF is actually doing the hard work. Okay. So it's like, this is just my personal way of teaching this to you. Don't use these words outside. People might not be able to understand. Students have clearly said no questions in class right now. No questions in class. Whatever questions you have, put it in the chat, put it in the notes so that you don't forget it. And if anything urgent you want to drop out to me, just drop a message. Even if I don't read it, you can act accordingly. You don't need my permission. I have said what I have to say earlier about discipline. So please don't give me any questions right now, please. Make a note of it. I am the person who will snatch doubts and questions from here, just get into your mind or here. So don't think that I'm avoiding questions and doubts. Just follow instructions. Radio can always contact you for advisory calls related to flight safety, routing problems, route restrictions, airspace restrictions, or anything else. Okay. And one more, etc., etc., etc. Simple. Okay. And any more reasons? There's no limit. So now let's quickly do these calls. Okay, let's go ahead first with the pre-flight cell call check. So what mediums do I get to contact or connect? How will you even understand this? To contact or connect with HF radio. See, if you don't follow instructions, I got distracted and I forgot to finish that one point. What was that point? The example. So VHF is also air traffic controllers and other people, of course. HF is also air traffic controllers and other people involved. Why the two things? Think about it. Of course, people will say, sir, VHF short distance, HF long distance. Of course, definitely. That is one reason. But why, if my aircraft has to fly from Mumbai to Delhi, Mumbai to Goa, maybe Mumbai to Pune, whatever in close proximity, why do I need HF then? That's a short thing, right? I don't need to cross FIRs. Maybe I'm just crossing national FIRs, not international FIRs. Then think about it. So generally, long distance and short distance is not just the only reason why we have HF and VHF. Of course, HF is to get higher range, which VHF cannot give us. And actually, HF was the first invention, then came in VHF. Lower frequencies were first utilized for communication. Slowly, when technology grew and when scientists were discovering new things, and we call it what? We don't even call it evolution. We say technological advancements. That's when we got VHF. It's better in a lot of respects. The only thing is range. Range is limited. We can extend the VHF range by strategically locating antennas. So that way we can get as much as range we need. So all your mobile companies and towers, if I'm able to talk to Harsim from Kashmir, and if I'm sitting in Trivandrum, okay, with someone, or maybe just, just getting some peace time in that Ram Setu area, the southernmost tip, still I'll be able to talk on higher frequencies, VHF, 2G, 3G, 4G, and so on. So how do I make sure now Kashmir to Trivandrum, it's not just what do we say? Not just 200 nautical miles, right? It's very fast. How do I get connected with higher frequencies? My 3G, 4G, 2G, they are not HF, but I'm still getting the range. I've said this again and again. So I will make sure there are antennas located receiving, transmitting on the same frequency within the limiting range of the range. Maybe 200, so 200 nautical miles, one antenna, 200 nautical miles, other, 200 to other, 200 to other, 200 to other, connecting. So this, it connects. So in VHF also you can get range as much as you need, but it is costly because you have to have a lot of ground stations. So wherever you go, travel places, outskirts and forest areas, mountains, where you like to travel, sometimes when you don't get network for your mobile companies, it means you don't have any transmitting or receiving antenna because you're using higher frequencies. I just got Airtel update that we have got 5G for you, but I'm not getting 5G reception because they don't have that antenna established. So maybe they'll be in the hub of Mumbai, maybe somewhere in the town. I'm a little far away from the town. So maybe a 5G range will be much more shorter. Higher the frequency, shorter the range. And do you think people are going to settle down with 5G only? No, 2 years down the line, some weird thing is going to happen. Higher frequencies are not healthy for human beings. And mobile phones are always in a packet or close to our heart. So chances of radiation are too high. What is radiation then? It's all related to what I'm teaching you. But it's okay. Let's come back quickly. What mediums do I get to contact or connect with HF radio? I get so this is my question. This is my answer. I get an assigned HF frequency to contact radio. I call that HF primary, in bracket, frequency. I also get assigned another HF frequency, in bracket, as a backup in event of HF primary failure. And I call that HF secondary frequency, in bracket. FREQ is short for frequency I am using. It's not your industry standard abbreviation, okay? Question. Can I talk on any frequency at any time between HF primary and HF secondary? Answer: negative. You will only be using primary. You will only be using primary first if it doesn't work, then only you can try secondary. Note: only one frequency on one HF system can be used at one time? Question. So, do I have just one HF system on board on airliners? Answer, negative. I have at least two HF systems called HF1 and HF2. This question can be easily asked to you in your Part 2 Viva. Simply say, if they tell you what are the communication systems on an aircraft, you'll say there are two, on the basis of frequency, there are two communication systems for voice communications. One is using VHF frequencies, one is using HF frequencies. VHF, we have three systems available: VHF1, VHF2, VHF3. While HF, we have two systems available: HF1 and HF2. VHF comm systems have been assigned a dedicated frequency bracket. HF systems also have generally a frequency bracket, but the HF frequencies are generally assigned during your pre-flight briefings. The part of that briefing is called communication briefing. It could either be given to you in your ATC briefing, or it could be given to you in a communication briefing. There are three briefings. I'm going to give you a checklist of all those notes. When I send you those notes, make sure you all read it carefully, okay? And just said, give me a couple of days more at max to compile them all. So what happens is, this is how you answer, and the data is already given to you. You don't need to be trained specifically to say this out like a parrot in front of the instructor, but still I'm doing that. You have to understand, you have to use all this knowledge somewhere. It could be asked to you in a Part 2 Viva. That way a Part 2 Viva learning becomes very easy, because everything is being taught to you here and there. You just have to connect it and just say the answer in the class. So I have HF1 and 2. Now another question, one of my students, let's say when I'm learning, I need to clear all my doubts. And I want to, when I'm thinking, if somebody gives me a task that ask as many questions as you can, the more questions you ask, the better will be your learning. Then I'll be like, yeah, so this is what I'm doing right now. So what is the next question? So is it not possible? Now students are like this. So you said it, sir. So you told me this. I'm teaching you what is being taught, what has been taught to me also. The students are like, so you taught me that, you said it. And like initially, I'm like, I don't want to talk about it right now. And like, okay, I said it. So students, whenever they have a doubt, they'll be like this. So you said it like this, so I did, I'm not getting the right answer. I think you are wrong. They don't say that I think you are wrong, but that's what it means actually, most of the times. Not all students, some students initially do that. So yeah, I'm making it clear. So is it not possible, as you said, up to tune to primary on HF1 and secondary on HF2 at the same time? Now the answer to this is already given. Only one frequency on one HF system can be used at one time. So there are two HF systems. So answer, it is possible, like I said in couple of points above. I'm just having fun here, but yeah, the points are valid, okay? It is possible, like I said in couple of points up. Okay, it is possible, example, HF1 can, if HF1, example, if HF1 is on primary, HF2 can be on secondary. But one pilot can only use one HF system, and thus just one frequency. As a rule, all comms or communications should happen on primary unless reasons compel you to do otherwise. Now, what reasons we have already discussed above? What could be the reasons where I would choose not to talk on primary, especially when primary is not working? Okay. Question. Is there anything I need to know more? Yes. Affirm. We will use affirm, RT. But for exam, this is enough, along with calls in bracket that we'll discuss after break. If learned at 100% level or more. So if you were to pass with minimum effort, then you learn everything that I'm teaching 100%. First. Okay. So go through the points quickly. What are the different call types? What are the types of HF reports? First point we learned, calls on HF are generally mandatory to be given at appropriate points along the flight plan route. What are those appropriate points? You will be notified. You will know as a pilot before you start your job. You'll learn. You'll first observe other pilots. You'll make notes. Then you'll be taught in classroom also. Then you'll be tested in flight. And then you'll be certified. Second point, what are these two reports? So reports are mandatory. That's why we have said mandatory reports. Departure report or departure message, FIR report. These are the two reports that are mandatory to be given at specific strategic points along your route or your flight plan or your flight path. Point number 3, there is also one mandatory check on HF that has to be done pre-flight. So as long as you have HF, here in bracket you will write only to be done if HF is on board, not on board, okay? If you don't have HF, then this call is, if I don't have HF, what's the point of even doing HF calls? Because I don't have the system, right? It is like that. So, fourth point, what is this mandatory call to be done pre-departure? This call is called as pre-flight cell call check. So what is cell call? We'll check that also after break. Point number 5, when cell call check needs to be done post-flight. What if I want to do a cell call check after flight? Can I do it? Of course. What is it called? It is called airborne cell call check. So cell call check is generally related to HF. One of them is mandatory to be done pre-flight, called pre-flight cell call check. One could be done anytime in flight, post departure. That is called airborne cell call check if you're airborne, of course. Before takeoff, it's a pre-flight cell call check. After takeoff, you're airborne. You might be required to do a cell call check again. So cell call check is something that could come in your question number 1 or 2. If you don't know, if you don't master, if you don't understand the given hints, There are small hints that students miss out, small hints. I want you all to miss out on that. So that is called airborne cell call check. Point number 6. Are there any more reasons to talk to HF, that is radio, apart from these mandatory calls or cell call checks? Yes, why not? Possible reasons to talk with HF radio over and above the ones mentioned above are as follows. It is above. I'm laughing that I never thought I would write like a doctor. Note, these are only a few, comma, any number of possibilities can exist. Okay, good. So I'll be open to new questions in the exam. Good. What are these reasons? Number 1, whenever HF radio raises your station, all right, of course, makes sense. But of course, if I don't have HF, how will they raise my station? Don't be stupid. They will not raise your station. If they want to say something, they will talk to VHF. VHF will relay their message. Oh, that way also they can talk. Yeah. So why have not given it in your notes? I'm speaking. Remember that. Okay, great. Point number 2. Whenever you experience total RCF over VHF, total RCF over VHF means total VHF failure, and you have HF on board, then you can talk to HF about VHF calls also. Then just tell them that VHF is not in contact, no one is talking to me, I'm feeling ignored, please give me some attention, otherwise what will I do? Next, point number 3, VHF or any other authority asks you to contact HF. Of course, only when HF is on board. Okay, so please make sure you know this. Point number 4, HF, that is radio, can always contact you for advisory calls, provided you have HF on board. If not, HF will relay that call through VHF, etc., etc., etc. All right. Questions. What mediums, what mediums, what mediums do I get to contact or connect with HF radio? Good question. The student is on the right track. I get an assigned HF frequency to contact radio. Where do I get it assigned? Through com briefings or through ATC briefings. See, I'm mentioning again. Assigned. How? Assigned how? Through communications, briefing, and or ATC briefing. I'll tell you about this briefing. Sometimes they can be asked you in a part 2 viva also. Or maybe in a part 1 question, they could just say something about briefing and all. I don't know. Any situation can be, created. So I get an assigned HF frequency to contact radio. I call that HF primary frequency. I call that HF primary frequency. Or generally HF primary. It's a noun. Okay, make sure you noted it correctly, my dear students. I also get assigned another HF frequency as a backup in event of HF primary failure, and I call that HF secondary. Can I talk to any frequency at any time between HF and primary? Secondary negative will always be required to talk on primary first. If it doesn't work, then go to secondary. Note, only one frequency on one HF system can be used at one time. So do I have just one HF system on board on airliners? Negative. I have at least two HF systems called HF1 and HF2. So is it not possible, as you set up, to tune to HF1 to primary HF1 and secondary on HF2 at the same time? It is possible, like I said, in couple of points up. Example, if HF1 is on primary, HF2 can be on secondary. Both can be on primary also. But what's the point then? But one pilot can only use one HF frequency and thus just one frequency. Okay, but it's not but, it's but. So as a rule, all comms should happen on primary unless reasons compel you to do otherwise. Is there anything I need to know more? Affirm, but for exam, this is enough along with calls post break if cleared at 100% level or more. Time for a break. Come back on time, everyone, okay? Bell is ringing. Students are running. See you all after the break. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your bonus 7 minutes. Yeah, I think yes. Yes, so let's check. Yeah, 1 second. Okay, so let's just get started. First things first, what would you do over HF as a pilot as the first mandatory thing? Okay, it will be a pre-flight cell call check. It's a very simple concept to understand. Let's see how it goes. So the mandatory reports are departure report or a departure message, right? And other than that, the other mandatory call would be an FIR report. So we're going to see the reports later. First, we're going to see what happens in sequence. So the first thing that we're going to do is called a pre-flight cell call check. Okay. Point number 1. It is also called as pre-flight radio check in bracket on HF. So in the exams, if you get a question like carry out a pre-flight radio check, and if there is no mention of HF not on board, or if there is no mention of only VHF on board. So there are two ways they will tell you whether you have HF on board or not. Direct. That would be a part of your other information in the flight plan. What are these two ways? The first way could be only VHF on board. The second way could be no HF on board. Those two ways are the generic ways they will tell you whether you have HF on board or not. Stand by, students. 1 more second, please. So yeah. Actually, this microfiber cloth is with me since we actually had launched the first actual academy, and it was in Pune 4 or 5 years, I think, before pandemic, of course. So this thing, it's a microfiber cloth, right? So it is students, if you're not getting readability, just reconnect, because I can check my transmission, it's complete. I have something here which tells me whether my voice is going out or not, and that is telling me voice is coming out. Anyone who cannot hear me 5, let me know quickly. Anyone who cannot hear me on a scale of 5, just raise your hand. How many are facing the issue? 1, 2, 3. I think couple of you all only. Just rejoin. I hope it's not in majority. If it's in majority, then of course I will just switch from I'll switch from my fiber to 4G or 4G to fiber. I'm not sure. I have two bands. I have one 2.5 gigahertz and I have 5 gigahertz. Two connections I have. Okay, fine. Anyway, so yeah. So this guy, I was looking for this guy here and there earlier. I was not finding it. I don't like to clean my glasses. Of course, my gadgets are everything, right? So I cannot clean them without this. So I was looking for it. And I don't like dirty places. Just a second, okay, students. Even the control column is dusty. One second, okay? What time is our lunch break? Let me just check. So just a second. Lunch break 1330. Good, good, good. 1:30 is our lunch break, right? Very good. No rush. You have to master these HF calls, okay, students? Nicely, okay? You have to master these HF calls. Victor Tango Sierra Sierra Mike, Mumbai Control, how do you read? Okay, Sierra Sierra Mike is rejoining. All right. Victor Tango Papa Romeo Kilo, Mumbai Control, how do you read?
Mumbai Control, Victor Tango Papa Romeo Kilo, read U5.
There's your mic. Where is she? Usaid, try to rename yourself, please. On the participants section, you'll see your name. Against your name, there'll be 3 dots indicating options. Click on the dot, there'll be a rename option over there, Victor Tango hyphen USD. All right, a couple of minutes. Let's just check with your mic. USD. Got it. Great. So first thing that you learn about pre-flight cell call check. The first thing that you learn about pre-flight cell call check is that it is also called as a pre-flight radio check, but on HF. Okay. It is also called a pre-flight radio check on HF. I'll give you possible hints. Let's just quickly get done with the call. Then we'll discuss question hints and how to tackle these questions and how to make sure we are giving each other the we are giving the examiner the right call. Okay, that's our ultimate goal. So yes, so pre-flight cell call check is also called as pre-flight radio check on HF. Okay, point number 2 needs to be done on both HF frequencies. This third point is the most important point that confuses you and that becomes a point of your assessment in the exams, how you perform and how you are assessed. Okay. Point number 3, of course, all points are important, but point number 3 is something that you'll always have confusions with. So point number 3 is that, of course, point number 2 says needs to be done on both HF frequencies. Point number 3 is, as a rule, pre-flight cell call check has to be done on secondary first and then on primary. Read these 3 points again. Pre-flight cell call check is also called as a pre-flight radio check on HF. Pre-flight radio check generally means you do a check on VHF. But pre-flight radio check when done on HF is called as pre-flight cell call check. Point number 2, it needs to be done on both HF frequencies. So whenever you're doing a pre-flight check, you have to do it on both frequencies. So you'll first do it on one and then you'll do it on the second. As a rule, which frequency should I choose first? I would choose the secondary frequency first and then primary. Generally, in a class, I would ask students as to what do you think is the reason they do so. Some of you all can make a right guess. Some of you all will make wrong guess. Some of you all might not be able to guess. And some of you all already know or learning through the past sessions. I'm going to make it very simple. What is the rule? The rule that we learned earlier was that a pilot has to communicate on primary unless otherwise compelled to do so. So that is the rule. Now, what happens when a pilot is doing a lot of pre-flight checks? We do it in a rush. It's not actually a mental rush. It's just the way it is, check, 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 check. And 99 point, I'll not say 99, but I think 90% of the times, all checks are always successful. So we develop the speed because you become used to the aircraft is designed so beautifully that if system is working or not, you can just check everything. So a check is always available for all major systems before departure. With respect to RT, we do that check only with our comm systems or communication systems. Ideally, the pilot would do fire warning checks also, control surface check also, many more checks. We call the pre-flight checklist. The first thing that you would do, you will be surprised to see when you're doing airline training. And of course, anyone who has had any flight training, there's a checklist for everything, even in the cockpit. And Boeing aircrafts actually have a small pad with a clip to attach checklist for the pilot in the event of whatever the pilot, and even Airbus has it. Airbus has it on the side while Boeing has it in front. Okay. So that you don't have to hold your checklist in the hand. How will you fly the plane, man? Come on. So you need both your hands free. So yeah. So anyway, remember this rule. Why secondary and primary first? What happens in the rush? In the rush of doing things, let's say I would not do on secondary first, I would do on primary first. So what will happen? Let's say I'm doing on primary first. I checked it's just like a readability check. Okay. I'll show you how it is. It's a little different. So I'll do the check on primary and it is successful. I'll switch on to secondary. I'll do the check on secondary. It is successful. If both are successful, what will happen? I'll say, great, go ahead. I'll go ahead with my other checks. What will happen? My system would stay tuned on secondary in that rush. Now, what will happen? I'm flying. What if HF has to make those advisory calls that I was talking about? You won't know because the ATC, radio ATC would be transmitting it only for primary, not on secondary. But you didn't know. In the rush of your checklist, you left the system on the last frequency used, which was secondary for your check. So to avoid that mistake, we make sure that you first do it on secondary, then on primary, so that what happens when I do it on secondary successful, great, changing to primary successful, great, leave the system there. So your station would be tuned to primary by default. And even if you don't do anything, if you're not conscious about anything for HF, you'll still get those advisory calls as and when you're required to get them, if anything happens. So this is why secondary first and then primary. A similar situation, if you all remember, anyone who's seen air crashes, investigations or anything, stories or whatever, many people make videos, right? This mystery, that mystery, whatever. There was a plane that went unresponsive. Fighter jets intercepted that plane, and fighter jets just saw that everyone has fainted. I have used this example earlier also in class with old students. They saw everyone was fainted. Only one man or a child was walking slowly. No response. And the plane was simply flying. And the plane ran into CFIT, Control Flight and Terrain. Fighter jets were there. Nobody could do anything because we don't have the technology to save that aircraft over there if there's no one in the aircraft to control the aircraft. Nothing was wrong with the aircraft. What happened then? Investigations, nobody survived. Investigations, what did they find? So of course, like a pilot does a pre-flight check, all systems, even the engineers below the pilots, they do pre-flight checks. Their checks are more rigorous. Pilots' checks are just on the surface. Basically, what pilot checks is a cross-check of what the engineer has certified in general terms. Now, this is not what we use in aviation. This is just for you to understand, okay? You have to be very careful what you speak out in the public and what you understand. This is for your understanding, some words. So, yeah. They found a small panel. That panel in that particular aircraft was near the legs where the rudder is controlled. It was below the eye reference point. Okay. And it was not on the common display dashboard kind of a thing. It was a little below, hidden there. So one had to bend like this and do it, something like that, to operate that. What was it? I don't have that switch right now. It was simple flicker switch. Flicker switches are like this. Up, bottom, down, like this. Flicker switch. 1, 2, 3, maybe 2 positions, 1 position, 4 positions. That switch they found was the switch to control the aircraft pressurization. If you are not having pressurization, you'll run short of breathable oxygen. You need pressurization to make sure you have that oxygen. We don't really supply externally oxygen for the general process of the flight. We only have emergency oxygen supply that would last for at about on an average 10 minutes as per the rules of the air and all. But what really happens is if you don't do the pressurization as per your flight levels, you'll not get breathable oxygen. If you don't get breathable oxygen, you get hypoxia, you faint. And if you still don't get it, after some time, your brain will stop working. And you can also die. But initially, the first symptom is you fainting out when you run short of oxygen. Run short of oxygen. Okay? And that happened with everyone at the same time. That happened with everyone on that flight at the same time. How did we as investigators found it out? Okay, we found it out by looking at the panel and realizing on the panel there were two modes: pressurization automatic, pressurization manual, similar to frequency primary or secondary. What did the engineer do? What did the pilot do? The engineer checked it. The pilot had made the aircraft, the pressurization was on auto mode. When the engineer came, the engineer checked it on auto mode. It was working fine. He changed it to manual mode. It was working fine. And he left it on the manual mode. When they found out the debris, the salvage, they salvaged the debris, whatever we could find to rejoin the aircraft and find the cause behind the crash. Of course, FDRs, CVRs, black box, everything was found. Nothing could be figured out. One small panel with the switch was intact. What if that was gone? We would have never figured this out. But luckily, we saw that. And the pilot didn't realize that while doing his checklists. The pilot assumed it was on auto mode. But in fact, it was on manual mode. Pilot thought it's an auto mode. It means no matter what you climb, as per your altitude, the aircraft would be pressurized automatically. So why would the pilot do something? When you're switching that pressurization system on manual mode, you need to make sure for every assigned altitude, you will reduce or decrease or increase the aircraft pressurization to make sure every burn is in sync. So the pilot didn't do it because the pilot assumed it's an auto mode. Pilot was right to assume so because he had checked it earlier. So why was the engineer checking it after the pilot? What happened? Why? Human error. There was nothing but human error. So everything that we do has a justification behind the reasons that make it mandatory for the safety of us and our passengers and our airline. So this is exactly like that. So pre-flight cell call check Great. These 3 points. Question point number 4. But what do you mean by cell call? Write this out, everyone. Answer. Cell call is short for selective calling. Okay, this is very important. Students who are preparing for part 2 also, this theory is important for part 2, and students preparing for part 1, know this, that this is also important for part 1 to understand, because the first 2 questions, if you mess up, then it's not good, right? Our strategy is to make sure the first 2 questions are the best questions, and these are easy calls. So cell call is short for selective calling. See? SELCAL. Point number 1. Point number 2. Generally, if cell call didn't exist, I really like saying didn't. I don't know. You all can say didn't also, it's fine. Generally, if cell call didn't exist, then a pilot is expected to be monitoring HF primary, or otherwise in bracket, in case primary is unavailable, then secondary, of course. Generally, if cell call didn't exist, then a pilot is expected to be monitoring HF primary all the time. It means the RX, receiver of HF, is on and pilot will hear all things transmitted by all stations on that frequency at that time. Next point. This creates a sort of mental fatigue due to the mental load of this creates a sort of mental fatigue due to the mental load of constant, inverted commas, okay, constant HF frequency monitoring. In bracket, you will write monitoring a frequency means listening out on the frequency. Listening out on that frequency. So this creates a sort of mental fatigue due to the mental load of constant HF frequency monitoring on the busy pilots, even if the calls are not directed at them. So this is what was happening. If I'm flying the plane right now, even though I'm talking with VHF, my HF is always tuned in on the receiver mode, and whoever is talking on HF, I have to monitor it, because HF can anytime give me advisory calls. Now I was telling you that example again. I missed out on it. So VHF ATCs, I would say, are the people who are working. Managers, not just managers, everyone who's working. Let's consider it an organization. From a receptionist to a salesperson to a marketing person to all the other departments in the company, if there is a company. Okay, let's take an example of the company. They all are doing the work, but who's asking them or guiding them to do that work? There's always a senior there in the hierarchy. But who is guiding those seniors in the hierarchy? The board of directors and all, right? Below board of directors, of course, chief executive officer, what CTO, CO, all kinds of O's, E's, and A's, and whatever the numbers are. So they don't really do all the hard work, but they do their hard work. Plus, they're also monitoring the work below them. And everyone is reporting to someone about, 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 to someone about. In the end, you'll come at a peak where there will be one person sitting there who is the king of that particular business or industry. That person might have a few directors on board for investment. So it becomes a board of directors. But then in the end, there's just one person watching out over everything. That person's job is to make sure what I cannot do with my 2 hands, I'm doing it with 1,000 hands. So I need to have 500 employees to have those 1,000 hands. If I'm working through 1,000 hands, I'm going to make 1,000 folds of what I'm making now. But that is my goal in business. In air traffic control, the goal is to ensure that the flow of traffic in a particular airspace is safe, efficient, timely. Okay, all that is going to provide more sustainable resources to civil aviation in general. Sustainable as in profitable, self-dependent. So what happens? VHF ATCs will be doing all the hard work, will have the all control, all authority and everything. But HF radio is keeping an oversight over and above everything. So that one person, HF radio is just like one person. Although we have 5 FICs, 5 radios, and 4 codes, FIR regions, Mumbai, Delhi, Chennai, Kolkata, Guwahati, they all will be tuned on that one frequency only primary. So HF is actually that one person sitting there. Although there are 5 FICs, so there will be 5 offices, actual offices, where there would be 5 individuals sitting there. So it becomes like a board of director where everybody is sharing equal responsibility, 20%, 20%, 20%, 20%. So they'll be keeping an oversight. And there are times that you are required to call them through reports by yourself. Plus, they can always anytime give you advisory calls. So you need to be always be available for them. Like if you're working as an employee, you can never say no if you get a call from the management. The management also has a management about them, and that management also has a management about them until the time you narrow it down to a few handful of people. And then it goes back to the first person who was the founder. So FICs, remember, flight information centers are the main area in charges overall of the entire airspace. For every country, all these FICs generally at one point in time could be tuned onto the same primary frequency. But if I'm talking to Chennai, then if I'm assigned Chennai, all stations can listen to that frequency. Like Chennai boss also, that is FIC center. The center is the office in the FIR. FIR is the region given to me, the space. In that space, there is a small center in which that person is sitting. What is the call sign of that person? Chennai radio. It's a human being. That Chennai radio guy will have 2 frequencies to talk to, primarily primary. If that doesn't work, then secondary. The same call in Chennai airspace can be heard in Delhi airspace also, if I'm tuned to the same primary frequency because of the high range of HF frequencies. So my colleague, my director, co-director maybe, I would never take 20 if I have 5 directors. I'll always want to be in majority personally. But here we won't do that. Here, of course, it's ATC, so everything would be always 20, 20, 20 equally shared. Although Guwahati and Kolkata are sub FIRs, but the FICs will share as per their airspace. So Delhi will also hear it, Kolkata will also hear it, Guwahati will also hear it, Mumbai will also hear it, Chennai will also hear it. But if I'm talking to Chennai, then only Chennai will respond. And everyone will hear it, so that we have multiple layers of fail-safe. So in order to make sure that we are always reporting to these so-called CEOs of air traffic control, we have to constantly monitor the frequency. Now, what is the problem? The problem is that you might not be called, but your one intent and focus is always there. So that might cause you to miss out on something more important. Plus, there's a lot of static on HF. Static is like the zzz, and anything that is not clear. There's a reason I use these headsets. These are gifted to me by my younger sister. And they actually don't give me any background noise to my students. I have tried so many. I don't know why these are working so fine. These are not that expensive also. You understand? It's very important. Otherwise, I have so many different things that I could use, but I've realized that the background noise is so much and I don't have soundproofing. Because soundproofing, then you don't know if any emergency is happening outside, right? And I'm the problem solver. So what happens is, first you understand the whole thing. Theory. So that's what I'm saying. Remember, everything is connected so that you can give a good call and get those 20 or 10 marks on this particular question. Everything is connected to help you clear this RT. So what happens if I don't have cell call? If I don't have cell call, then I have to constantly monitor the frequencies. That induces a little bit of mental fatigue in the pilot. We don't want the pilot to be fatigued. We want the pilot to be relaxed. That's why the pilot is offered tea, coffee, drink, breakfast, everything on the seat. Otherwise, I would create a personal lounge for my pilots to rest and relax. But that complicates the safety assurance, right? So to avoid this load, so next point, quickly write point number 3. Question: how does cell call fix this issue? Good question. Every aircraft will be assigned one unique and permanent cell call code. All right. This code is of 4 letters. Part 2 Viva questions. This is the ultimate masala they need to hear from you when they're talking about this whole point of cell call. Do you know what is a cell call? They'll just say this. Tell us something about cell call. Tell us something about pre-flight radio checks. Tell us something about VHF comms. Tell us about primary and secondary. Question come to you in many ways. Question can come to you in many ways. The answer would remain the same. So one answer, 10 questions. This is how I am teaching you. What are you doing? 10 questions, 10 different answers you are thinking. No, you have been not taught to be smart. So this code is of 4 letters having 2 pairs of 2 letters each. Now some students are like, sir, this is a tongue twister. I don't really understand it. I'm like, okay, I'll show you with pictures. 4 letters, 1, 2, 3, 4. Letter 1, letter 2, letter 3, and letter 4. What is a letter? A, B, C, D to Z is letters. English language has 26 letters that make one alphabet. There are no 26 alphabets in English language. There's just one alphabet. Alphabet is a collection of letters that make up a language. So we have 26 letters. But in your Indian textbooks, you'll always find there are four alphabets. Some foreign schools, I don't know from where they get the source material. They're not even bothered to cross-check. But it's okay. Now we are beyond all these things because we grew up thinking there are 26 letters because our schools taught that alphabet A, alphabet B, alphabet C. But no, alphabet is just a collection of letters that make up a language, included with vowels, of course, and grammar. And anyway, 4 letters with 2 pairs of 2 letters each. What are these 2 pairs? This is the first pair, and this is the second pair. Every pair has 2 letters. Okay. Point number 3. Letters for cell call code can only be between Alpha to Sierra, excluding India, November, Oscar. Why? Sir, why? I and O are generally codes referred to your regional domestic air routing areas and major world air routing areas, and they could cause confusions. And they could cause confusion simply. That's it. That's more than enough for you to know. I'm clarifying your doubts before you have to ask those doubts to me. Focus. And you always have the availability of going through the session again and going through what I've said again. Very few students have this in the whole world right now because this is a live session. Use it to your advantage instead of finding shortcuts. Thinking that एक बार पढ़ के मेरा हो गया. एक बार पढ़ के आपको समझ आ रहा है वो इंस्टेंट तक सिर्फ. शाम तक वो भी याद नहीं रहता है आपको. उस पे काम करना बहुत जरूरी है. समझने का काम तो मैं करा रहा हूं, समझाने का. मेमोराइज काम कराने का काम आपका होता है. जो भी मैं करा रहा हूं, पहले 2 से तीसरे लेक्चर में ही हम आपको दे चुके हैं स्ट्रैटेजी टू मेमोराइज थिंग्स. First revision after 24 hours, second revision after 48 hours, third revision after what, 2 weeks or 4 weeks, whatever. कौन फॉलो कर रहा है? जो कर रहे हैं उनको याद हो रहा है. जिनको नहीं याद हो रहा है, समझो आप फॉलो नहीं कर रहे हो. So focus. So letters for cell call code, let's not forget to smile, okay? I'm not angry. I'm just instructing. Letters for cell call code can only be between Alpha to Sierra except I and O. That is Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta, Echo, Foxtrot, Golf, H. I is not there. Like this. J, K, L. Or I should rather talk in RT. Disregard. Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta, Echo, Foxtrot, Golf, Hotel, India, not to be used. Juliet, Kilo, Lima, Mike, November, not to be used. Oscar, not to be used for cell call. Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta, Echo, Foxtrot, Golf, Hotel, Juliet, Kilo, Lima, Mike. Papa. Quebec. Romeo. Sierra. only still Sierra. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S. Do you even realize how all of us are able to recall A to Z in sequence quickly? Because in our playgroup, nursery, junior KG, our teachers made us repeat it for one whole year. When you were kids, your ultimate goal was to learn ABCD in whole year. And you memorize the same thing every day. And remember, the effect of that strategy is that you will never forget it, even on your deathbed. There is your example how to concrete things in your mind that you're learning. You don't have to repeat that much time. We are giving you psychological strategies to just study it 4, not 365 days. Still, you'll remember. Even if you cannot do, then your nursery or junior KG self was more smart than you are right now. So let's fix that issue, right? Let's go back to being the best that we were. Let's figure out where we are at fault. Maybe some problem in your life must have made you this, or maybe wrong people must have influenced it. Those are the only reasons. You are not at fault. It's the things around you that have made you the way you are if you're struggling. I can help you with that also. Only if you would listen. So, what are the codes? Therefore, as an example, a valid cell call code could be Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta. 2 letters, 2 pairs of 2 letters each from Alpha to Sierra except INO. Check. What about this? Alpha, November, Charlie, Delta. No. Why? Because N is not allowed. Then what if, can this be my cell call code? Charlie, Hotel, Sierra, Papa? Yes. Why? Because Alpha to Sierra except INO. Very good. So every aircraft will be given as individual code. Simple. That will be an identity. That will not change. It is permanently fit on a metal plate with an engraving, metal engraving in the cockpit for everyone to see. Who will not know your cell call code? The air traffic controllers might not know your cell call code. If they don't know, then they will ask you about the cell call code before doing the pre-flight cell call check with you. How would you know the cell call code? In the exams, it would be given to you in your other information. In your exams, the cell call code could be given to you in your flight plan in the other information. In real life also, it will be a part, it can be a part of your flight plan, other information, or it will always be displayed in the cockpit. For all aircrafts who have HF, aircrafts who don't have HF, they might not have cell call code. I hope this much is understood. I'm giving you some time to check your phone if someone has anything important. Others who don't want to, just go through these points that I'm scrolling in your notes. Pre-flight cell call check, also called as pre-flight radio check on HF, needs to be done on both HF frequencies. As a rule, pre-flight cell call check has to be done on secondary first and then on primary. But what do you mean by cell call? Cell call is short for selective calling. SEL from cell and CAL from calling. SEL from selective and CL from calling makes cell call. Generally, if cell call didn't exist, then a pilot is expected to be monitoring HF primary or otherwise mean secondary all the time. It means the reception or receiver, RECEIVER, receiver of HF is on and pilot will hear all things transmitted by all stations on that frequency at that time, or static if no transmission is there. This creates a sort of mental fatigue due to mental load of constant HF frequency monitoring. Some can also call it mental stress. Generally, we say it's an added workload on the pilot, a mental workload on the pilot. Monitoring a frequency means listening out on that frequency. It's an aviation specific abbreviation. So constant frequency monitoring load on busy pilots, even if the calls are not directed at them or to them. So how does cell call fix this issue? Every aircraft is assigned with one unique and permanent cell call code. This code is of 4 letters having 2 pairs of 2 letters each. Letters for cell call can only be between Alpha to Sierra, excluding India, November, Oscar. As an example, one with November or this. Okay. Point number 4. Instead of making the pilot wait for HF to speak to them during constant HF monitoring, cell call enables, not this enable, okay. Cell call enables the HF ATC to communicate with the desired aircraft or station. When I say station, it could be any other station that has radio equipments. Instead of making the pilot wait for HF to speak to them during constant HF monitoring, cell call enables the HF ATC to communicate with the desired aircraft or station directly. Thus, pilot is no longer required. Thus, pilot is no longer required to monitor, but provision is given to pilot to simply Thus, pilot is no longer required to monitor, but provision is given to pilot to simply know when HF ATC is trying to talk to her or him directly, and this provision, underline this point clearly, and this provision is understood as if that HF ATC is trying to raise the station with the pilot. Next point, the pilot simply has to say dash radio Air India 123. Basically, in bracket, you will write W1, W2. This will This will mean HF has HF ATC, okay. HF has raised your station and you are giving permission for them to transmit their message to us. I hope everyone has understood this. I hope everyone has understood this so far. No questions in between. If you have any questions, write them down somewhere. You know where to write it. Quickly go through these points again. Instead of making the pilot wait for HF to speak to them during constant HF monitoring, cell call enables the HF ATC to communicate with the desired aircraft or the station directly. Thus, pilot is no longer required to monitor the HF frequency, thereby reducing the constant frequency monitoring load, thereby reducing the mental fatigue, thereby reducing the added stress. But provision is given to pilot to simply know when HF ATC is trying to talk to her, him, they, them, it directly. So this provision is understood as if that HF ATC is trying to raise the station with the pilot. Vice versa. Generally, we raise the station to the ATCs of the ATCs where we want to talk to. The pilot simply says, Mumbai radio. So in this situation, in the exams, you will just get a situation like you are over here and here, cell call appears. So what would you do in that case in the exam? You'll just check as per the position, which FIR area are you in? What is your flight level? Is it sub FIR related or not? If not, you'll just say Mumbai radio, Air India 123. When cell call appears, this is your call. So in the exam, you're getting a 20-mark question and you have to just make this small call of 2 letters. So if you get a question, cell call appears, just check your FIR. If it's Guwahati, Kolkata area, then check the flight level also to know which is your FIR. About 265 will be Guwahati, below 265 flight level 265 will be Kolkata. It's there on the chart number 7, I guess, or maybe 6, 7, 8, whatever. So there you need to have this all knowledge just for the sake of that 1 or 2 students who are going to get this question. Anyone can get it. So when cell call appears, I'll show you, we'll know how it appears. When cell call appears, you simply call that HF. So you'll need to figure out your position first. So that way you have to check your FIR. Okay. And then ATC will give you something and you'll have to comply with that. That's all. Stand by, everyone. Hold on to the thought. देखा मैंने बैंड बची पड़ी है इतना सारा है लंबा लंबा दो तो अच्छे से देख फोटो खींच डॉक्टर को बोल दिया मैंने फोटो नहीं भेजा है डॉक्टर बोला मैं क्लिनिक से फ्री होऊंगा और मैं आ जाऊंगा फोन करके ठीक है रेड कार्ड चालू है पानी Okay. Ignore everything, okay? Not the learning. Yeah. So this will mean HF has raised your station and you are giving permission for them to transmit their message to us. Simple terms, I could not have explained it in much simpler term. You are the only ones who's getting this way. Otherwise, we just follow the standard protocol. All right. I think, yeah, it's okay. That's it. So now one more question, and then we will be able to quickly see how the call is like. And I think theory part of the cell call thing and HF will be over, and we can just simply target calls. That's it. Yeah. How does HF ATC do it, and how is how does HF ATC do it, and how is the pilot getting to know that HF ATC is trying to call them? So how does HFATC does it or do it? I think does is a better word. And how is the pilot getting to know that HFATC is trying to call them? Very simple way to see this. HFATC FIC, aircraft cockpit PIC. Okay, basically ATC has a special keyboard attached. ATC has a special keyboard attached to a special cell call system transmitter. Second point, knowing the target aircraft's cell call code, ATC will press those keys on the keyboard. Knowing the target aircraft's cell call code, the target aircraft's cell call code, okay, the target aircraft's cell call code, it's one term, do not get confused. Knowing the target aircraft cell call code, ATC will press those keys on the keyboard, okay, and a signal of that code will be transmitted out on the HF frequency, primary of course, otherwise secondary also says system will work if primary is not working. A signal of that code will be transmitted out on the HF frequency, okay, to all aircrafts tuned, but okay, to all the aircrafts tuned, this much. Now the cockpit pilot will say about the cockpit, a pilot has an number one, oral, that is auditory, something that you can listen, an oral notification provision, and number two, visual, basically some kind of light or flashing lights, visual notification provision. A pilot has an oral auditory notification provision and visual notification provision in the cockpit that, when activated, will notify the pilot or PIC or the co-pilot, whatever, that HF radio ADC is trying to raise their station. That is trying to get in touch with you. So an ATC has a transmitter with a keyboard, and the keyboard has all these keys, Alpha to Sierra, except I and O. The pilot has, write down, a pilot has a receiver at this, a receiver with an oral notification provision and visual notification provision. Okay? In the cockpit, that when activated. Now you'll be like, sir, do I need to manually activate it? No, you don't need to manually activate it. It's already there. So how does it get activated? How does it get activated? When ATC is transmitting your code, if your receiver matches the code received with your permanent cell call code, then you get those cockpit notifications. Note right in the pilot section, your cell call receiver will receive all cell call codes. There is no inbuilt rejection facility in the design. This could be a trick question asked to you. What do you think? Are you only getting the cell call notification by rejecting all other frequencies and only matching your cell call code with ATC cell call code. That is true, but we are not rejecting. So what are we doing? So what are we doing? That is not rejecting. So what are we doing? The cockpit notifications will only be activated when the received code matches with aircraft's own cell call code. So aircraft has a receiver, ATC has a transmitter. Aircraft has a oral and visual notification, ATC has a keyboard. The moment ATC enters the correct code on the keyboard, that relevant aircraft will get this notification, either a tone or either cell call calling, either cell call calling or a visual notification. Okay. Some sort of light or maybe some sort of beep, whatever, different aircraft, different things probably. And you'll just say, Mumbai Radio, go ahead. Don't say go ahead anymore. Mumbai Radio, India 123. They'll say India 123, Mumbai Radio, flight level 350, unavailable over Pratapgarh, which is on your route, report intention, something like that. It will be like flight level 350 over Pratapgarh, unavailable, request flight level 330, India 123. They'll say flight level 330, unavailable, Mumbai Radio. You'll say flight level 330 unavailable, request flight level 370, Air India 123. They'll say flight level 370 available, clear to climb to flight level 370, 80 DME inbound Pratapgarh or more. So they're saying that you cannot get into Pratapgarh airspace on your route at flight level 350 within 80 nautical miles. So make sure before you are within 80 nautical miles, you have climbed 370. So you'll say clear to climb to flight level 35, clear to climb to flight level 370, leaving flight level 350 for 370, top of climb 1500, 80 DME or more will report reaching Air India 101. So a simple cell call, a simple cell call that you have to make just by saying go ahead, by not saying go ahead, like W1, W2 could mean anything. It could be a simple flight level unavailable. So this is how you have to tackle. This is what I'm expecting from you all to do, to be able to do. When you are able to do these things, clearing your RTR part 1 in your first attempt that you're going to give becomes as easy as drinking water, I guess. I think that's the easiest thing we could do, you know. So what happens? My aircraft cell call receiver on board the aircraft, okay, that little thing will receive all the calls, the ADs is talking here and there, but it will receive everything, but it will not bother me. Easy, relaxed life, pilot's life. The moment ADC wants to talk to me, beep, 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 knock, 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 cell call, whatever. It'll be like, you just activate your transmitter, turn on your HF1, go to the primary, Mumbai Radio, Chennai Radio, Delhi Radio, Kolkata Radio, Guwahati Radio, whatever, whichever FIR you are in, that particular radio, Air India 123, go ahead. Go ahead is not to be said. So that radio, Air India 123. And whatever they say, listen, write it down, read back, acknowledge, whatever. Sometimes you'll get cell call appears, show your inability to comply. But they don't know you don't know what they have given you that you will not comply with. So you'll say, Mumbai Radio, Air India 123. They'll say India 123 Mumbai Radio. Flight level 350 unavailable. Climb to flight level 370, 80 DME or more. Pratapgarh. Question says inability to comply. So this is the inability to comply. And give reason also they'll say. So you'll say Mumbai Radio, India 123, unable to comply, unable to climb to flight level 370 at 20 DME or more, due aircraft heavy, can climb flight level 370 at DME 70 or less. Request further instructions. If you handle this call like this, you get straight 20 right there, then, and the examiner feels so happy. Wow, this is it. I'm going to help the student in the exam if he or she tries to make some mistakes. This is how examiners are. We only talk about the bad, right? Some people say, so examiners need this, that. No. There are examiners who would support you if you have learned and studied. So let's look at the call quickly. Question, flight plan, R Classic, Mumbai to Delhi. Question, over Pratapgarh. Cell call appears. Okay, next question. Same, Mumbai to Delhi. And the question is, now in the exams, you'll only have one flight plan. Here in the question, I'm just giving you the reference that we are going from here to here so that if you're following charts, you know. In the exam, only one flight plan and then direct questions. Here, there are no direct questions. I'll put question here, otherwise you'll get confused. You'll be like, sir, question mein alag-alag flight plan denge kya? Alag-alag question. I know some students will end up asking that also. So I'll make sure that I, wait, Baba. Yeah. Question and the flight plan is same. Mumbai to Delhi. What is VIDR? VIDP. Over Pratapgarh, cell call appears. Okay. The second question is not in sequence. These are not in sequence, of course. Carry out a pre-flight cell call check. Can you all hear a plane fly, students? I think it's a propeller aircraft. I don't know if they've started training in Mumbai. But could be something else. Carry out a pre-flight cell call check. Okay. Remember the rules. First on secondary, then primary. Okay. Next question would be carry out airborne cell call check, or you are 80 DME from Bravo, passing flight level 150. Of course, the same flight plan also here also. All questions will discuss on the same flight plan only. Here you can put your cruising altitude as flight level 350. Okay, this is a cruise altitude. So the question is carry out airborne cell call check, or you are at 80 DME from Bravo, passing flight level 50. Perform a cell call check, or you are at 80 DME from Bravo, passing flight level 150. Carry out required checks on HF. You never know what kind of questions they're twisting to confuse you for the same thing. Okay, this will be our another question. Next, what we are going to do is same flight plan. Okay, same rules, everything same. Flight level 350. You departed. So here your actual time of departure. This is not top of descent. Okay. This actual time of, just write time in the flight plan. Let's say the time is 1300. Okay. Your question is you departed Mumbai at 1315. Give necessary report over HF, or the same question could be like this. You departed Mumbai at 1315. Give necessary report to FIC. Okay. TX, RX. And the last question that we're going to solve, same flight plan, students. Same flight plan, same time, same flight level. You are over Mumbai, Delhi, FIR boundary. Take action as per required procedures. Or you are over Mumbai, Delhi, FIR boundary, or simply give FIR report by determining your position as per rules of the air. This could, what else could they confuse you with? That being said, these are the questions we're going to solve after the break. I'll see you after half an hour, everyone. And in case you see the chair being vacant and I'm not there, sit and revise and make a list of your doubts. Don't think your break is extended. Don't chat in between the lecture, students. Keep it for later. Take your break. Enjoy. क्या है ये? असं कसं? चलो. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. So looking at the task at hand, we just have a few calls to do. Okay, let's just address them one by one and make sure that you follow the call script correctly. And we are into the last phase of our session for today. So now that the base is set, now that the fundamentals are good, now that we have invested so much of time in learning about the whole concept, now we are ready to take calls. The best strategy for RT is to first learn the concept and everything there is with respect to that particular point or concept in terms of rules of the air and other relevant mandatory rules. After that, only you should try and attempt calls for any situation. That way, no matter what exactly is asked in the question, if you know about the topic, you can easily answer 20 to 30 call types based upon one particular concept. So that reduces your hard work of going through 1,500 questions before an exam. Because the way I am trying to teach you all, or the way people are learning with me generally, is the same. After that, when you solve papers, you read the questions, you get the answers by yourself, or maybe when you read the solution, you realize what you're supposed to do effectively. You don't just have to copy it. Maybe just get some reference from that solution and use that in your call. And that's the strategy of reading question papers that I suggest my students towards the end, so that they feel competitive with respect to the language of exams. That is also nothing but a choice. Even if you don't do, it's fine, but doing some papers helps you. Of course, solving a few papers. So that's why we have mock sessions. Mock. I don't know where this word came from, mock. I'll do another word for it. I'll change the word. I don't like the word mock. Not even one-on-ones. I'm going to call it something else. We'll call it, I think there's a very good term I got from one of the best training institutes nearby. Enriching. But we'll not use that. Fine. It's nothing important. So let's go ahead with the call. We are flying from Mumbai to Delhi, chart number 1, everyone. Whoever is not still having chart or maybe lost or whatever, let me know. End of the session, drop me a message, say request charts. I'll do the needful. So let's go ahead with the calls. Over Pratapgarh, cell call appears. Now, ultimate thing left for me to check and show, leading with example, is how do you determine where you are? So Mumbai to Delhi, generally we can assume there are 3 to 4 routes going from Mumbai to Delhi. And what do we say? The green lines are FIR boundaries. Those students who are yet to master chart reading, let me know where you stand so far, how much is left. You will know ongoing further lectures. You will come across that. Huh. One second. Stand by, everyone. Just give me a second. Just go through the notes. Whatever we have done, just keep revising. Don't waste the time. Come on. Come on. All right, here we are. So if you're looking at the flight plan, we're going from Mumbai. Let's say we're taking Alpha 474. See Alpha 474 from radial Mumbai, radial 08018. We're going ahead. Alpha 474 active, Songad, both are Pratapgarh. So this is where Pratapgarh is. So where is Pratapgarh exactly in terms of FIR? You see the green line on top? That is one reference. We see this green line is showing us. Before the green line, we are in Mumbai FIR because that's the name Mumbai FIR before. As you cross that line, you'll get into Delhi FIR. So this green line is nothing but a Mumbai-Delhi FIR boundary, also called as FIR boundary. Of course, whatever we are learning, we have to associate it with our charts so that we can make out the right guess or right position determination whenever we are doing it. So this is very important while doing HF calls. Your HF calls are nothing without not noticing the boundary so that you can call in the right ATC. So if you are in Mumbai FIR, you don't see any other FIR boundary. So you know Pratapgarh is in Mumbai FIR. And as we go ahead after Pratapgarh, just little below Idola, your aircraft would be over the FIR boundary. So there is a situation like that also. Once I've crossed this FIR boundary on Alpha 474, I can say I have entered the Delhi FIR region, and then I'll be talking to Delhi FIC. That is the Delhi Radio HF ATC on probably the same primary frequency used at that particular same time. And then if I'm going to talk to anyone on HF till the time I completely fly from Gudum to Jaipur, probably I was taking Whiskey 13 North, Chilerki, and then Delhi. Then if I'm doing any HF calls still there, then those calls would be with Delhi radio. The only place when you don't have to see which FIR you are in to make an HF call is your departure report or departure message. So that will be something extra that you'll need to remember. Okay. We're going to do everything. We're going to do everything quickly, but efficiently. All right. So I have figured it out how to check my HF ATCs with this example. It's a simple chart because it only has a couple of FIR points. All charts are simple, even if they will have 4 FI boundaries or 5. All you have to determine is where you are on which side of the boundary. That area becomes your FIR, and the inner marking on the boundary, the one ahead, like Mumbai FIR in this region, becomes your FIR. It becomes very easy to determine our position with respect to which FIC we are in, or which FIR we are in, or which radio we need to talk about. Everything means the same at the moment over HF. So if that is done, let's take a call. A simple call. I'm not going to stretch it. Be ready for whatever ATC says. Students, whenever you cannot hear me on 5, let me know. I see there were 24 of us, now only 18. One is sick, I know. One person had to go. Not sure where everyone else is. I think they went for a lunch break in the wrong place. No time to track everyone right now. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Everyone's leaving one by one. What's happening, students? Just another hour and 15 minutes. Come on, push yourself. Get done with HF for once and for all. It's not that easy to do HF in such a short time, completely including cell call theory. Let's go ahead. So the call would be, in this situation, I'm simply solving 5 to 7 questions right now, okay? With respect to HF. Focus, everyone. Over Pratapgarh, cell call appears. I checked, I'm at Mumbai radio. My flight level was 350, assumed my radial DME is all there with me. Pratapgarh, over Pratapgarh, simple inbound, outbound, up to you. I'll cross-check once again. It's a habit I'm forming as a student. Before making a call, I have to cross-check if I'm going to make the correct call in my mind. I'm doing that right in front of you. I'll just cross-check over Pratapgarh. If I'm outbound, then the radial is 019er. If I'm inbound, then the radial is 197. I can see one route, Alpha 47 going in is inbound, radial 197. And if I'm leaving Pratapgarh on the same route, Alpha 474, then my outbound radial becomes 019er. Although in the exams, you are allowed to use hypothetical values, you can see if you look at the chart carefully, you can have realistic values also. It makes your job much more easier and logical. Very good. Flight level 350, radial, DME. Okay, got it. See how I'll do. Generally, I told you that you're only required to say, raise the station as in say go ahead without saying go ahead. But as a genius child who wants to increase my chances of clearing my part 1 in that attempt, I would do a little extra that is required of me. How? Like this. Mumbai radio. RDO is another shortcut for radio. Short code. Mumbai radio. Air India 191. Idly, you're just going to say this. This is how you go ahead. I thought I would use radial DME and all, like Mumbai radio, India 191, radial 197, 05 DME outbound, Pratapgarh Alpha 474. Go ahead. Not needed in this case. That's it. ADC will say, did you see what happened now? When you're reading and when you're writing your calls, once you have made your call in your head, always write your call first and then speak. If you make a mistake subconsciously, which I made right now, Mumbai, you didn't even know. ATC will not know you made a mistake because I saw and I cut it and I knew that I have to call Air India 191 because I'm ATC at the moment. So my mind didn't realize I have to switch from pilot to ATC in this section. When the moment I wrote Mumbai, my mind guided me that no, do the right thing. So this is me guiding myself to clear my exams. This is what I'm training y'all, because you don't have that voice. Most of y'all are not having that voice. You're having the wrong voice. That is becoming a big hurdle in your learning with me or anywhere else. So look at the levels that I'm getting into to help you learn. Think about it. You still have time, students. Follow instructions. You still have time. Air India 191, Mumbai Radio, blah, 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 blah. Continue with the rally. Got it? And etc., etc., etc. Whatever it is, it could be n number of solutions. Anything. So that's one way to answer the call. Okay. Second call, carry out a pre-flight cell call check. This pre-flight cell call check, this space is not enough. So let's take it. Let's take it on a bigger canvas. Okay. So let's take the same thing on a bigger canvas. We'll just name these questions. Cell call appears was number 1. This is number 2. Number 3. Number 4. Number 5. That's it, 5 calls. So 1 is done. We are doing 2. What is the question again? Carry out a pre-flight cell call check. Generally, when you're doing a pre-flight cell call check, you are on a parking bay. Nowhere else. You're supposed to do all pre-flight checks before startup. So if you're thinking, sir, can I be on a taxiway? Can I be on a holding point and all? Your mandatory pre-flight check? No. Once you're clear with all checks, are you allowed to start up? Startup isn't not a car. Whenever a non-aviator cousin or someone asks me like, what if someone steals the key of your airplane, you know? Unless there's no key. I mean, small aircrafts have a door lock, but we don't start an aircraft with a key. So they're like, how does it start? I'm like, Baito, batata hu. The other day, you know, I'll just show you. You see this diagram? So I have my some relative who's 60-year-old, like, of course, someone in the relationship, like my, of course, someone who is related to my people who gave me birth and all. So he got a new phone, and he said that, see, I've got a 5G phone. My boss got me the 5G phone. I'm like, good for you. Nice. Samsung, nice. I'm so happy you took branded and all. We're just talking like that, okay? No, there is no paid promotion here. YouTube, please don't take our sessions away. Our website is still building. Anyway, all phones are nice. So he's like, beta, it was 7 a.m. in the morning, okay? I'd come for some important work and we're just sitting. And he was just saying, I had just woken up, okay? And I said, he's like, beta, what is all this 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G? I don't understand. What is it really? And he's not educated, right? He is educated with his work, but like not studies, but he's very smart that way. 60-year-old, you know, he's very healthy. So I'm like, come sit with me. This is it. Anybody ever says, "How better?" This is what I say. And see, I simply took 5 minutes to explain it to him. Started with 1 kilohertz, explained what is 1 kilohertz, explained to someone who has no scientific knowledge. Never. Explained him with respect to his experiences. That you must have heard radio. And I know that he was a techie, even though he didn't have education, because I have stories when he was our age or younger, he used to get those expensive tape recorders and open them, even though he didn't have any knowledge, because he wanted to see, but there was no schooling there where they used to live. But he did remember a few things. And he's not my student. So simple. I said that all India radio frequency. He said, yeah, they used to tell us to tune to this frequency, that frequency. I said, exactly. So he's like, okay. So these radio waves are just AC waves, you know. And depending upon how many times they vibrate in 1 second, we call them. If they vibrate 1,000 times, we call them kilohertz. He's like, yeah, kilohertz, I remember. I'm like, yes. So if it vibrates 10 lakh times, in his words, he will not know mega. He'll not know million. He'll not know 1,000,000. So I simply said 10 lakh, 10 lakh. We call it megahertz. And I said, what? 6, 7, 100 crores vibrations in 1 second. Imagine. That is called gigahertz. That is 1G. And that we have stopped using. The first phones used to come at 800 megahertz, those Reliance CDMA phones. They used to come at 800, 700 megahertz. Then they doubled it to 1800 megahertz. Then that became 2G, GPRS Edge. Then that became 3G. 3G was real good speed. And before this only, he was like, oh, so that 2G, 1 hour we could watch only 3 minutes, 4 minutes. There was no concept of live streaming when we were like 10th, 12th pass out. We had to download everything for 5, 6, 7 hours, even a 5-minute clip. I don't know the websites. There were many. So yeah, so he was like, okay. So I told him, if 100 crore vibrations per second, multiply that by 5. That is 5G. But I told him, the more you increase the frequency, the lesser is your range. So 5G you will not get now. I am not getting it. See, in the phone they have given it. You don't need to change the SIM card. We won't get it unless the towers are in close proximity with each other, which requires a lot of setup and permission from the government. So even though I am in Mumbai so far, my phone is ready to receive, but I'm not in the range. Airtel is setting it up. It'll take a lot of time. First Delhi, Mumbai, then other places. What I'm teaching you is not going to help you succeed in aviation. Of course, it will. This is very important, but this is universal knowledge. Aviation studies, whoever has made the syllabus, ICAO, they are geniuses, students. And what you are taught generally in India is shortcuts. So it's not your fault. When you reach that point where you can explain anything to anyone, that is when you should know that your learning is complete in aviation. You don't have to be an instructor. I would have not been an instructor if I would have not learned it that way. And you all know other instructors out there. Only a few you will find who can really make us learn something. If you come across those, follow, okay, instructions. Carry out pre-flight cell call check. He understood everything. You should have looked at the brightness of his face. He was like, I have been thinking about it all my life, past 15, 20 years or so. You should do that. Simple. That was my way of helping you all revise radio wave theory. Okay, by the way, if you're thinking I'm just sharing stories, no. I'm just showing you how the whole setup of 4, 5, 7 hours lecture, you can convert it into 15 seconds, 30 seconds, and still deliver everything out. Let's look at the call. What is the rule for a pre-flight? Carry out a pre-flight cell call check, right? Carrying out a pre-flight cell call check, also known as a pre-flight radio check on HF, right? First on secondary, then on primary. Look at the script. If you follow instructions, you will not have doubts. If you have, note them. No more Gyan Vitran right now apart from RT calls from my side for this session. Thinking everything, taking a deep breath so that I don't make mistakes. I've cross-checked the chart, I've done everything. Now I'm taking the call. See, even when I'm doing a live call in front of you, I'm doing all that. You have to do that in your exams. Mumbai Radio, Air India 191 on secondary 88908. Frequency, I am writing hypothetical right now. In exams, might be mentioned on chart, flight plan, or assigned to you by ATC examiner during radio check on VHF. Last point, if not assigned, just use the words secondary frequency or primary frequency as required. So I'm clearing this doubt right here, my students. Okay. So let's continue with the call. Mumbai Radio, we are continuing with the call. Mumbai Radio. Students, just 1 second. So let's continue the call. Mumbai Radio, Air India 191 on secondary 88908. Stand to pre-flight cell call check. Check cell call Alpha Bravo Charlie Delta. Now I'm also telling you about the code once again. In exams, it can be given to you in flight plan, other info, or it can be given to you in question, or it can be given to you or you can assume any right code as per the protocol of Alpha 2 Sierra except INO. Remember, they could check that also if you're simulating it out of the blue. Remember this, okay? The call is done from your side. This is the first call that you have to transmit. Look at the call again, everyone. Mumbai Radio, W1, Air India 191, my call sign, who are you calling? So W1, whom are you calling? W2, who are you? Where are you? When you're just doing a readability radio, pre-flight check, radio check, you just say the frequency, W3. And why are you calling? Pre-flight check from the question itself. Why are you calling? So whom are you calling? Who are you? Where are you? Why are you calling? Covered. Four Ws. Almost all my calls will have 4 Ws. And I say pre-flight cell call check. Check cell call Alpha Bravo Charlie Delta. Right? Now ATC will trick you over here. Let's see. Here I'll have to write the ATC section a little lower down because of the extra info I've given you. Otherwise, you know how to track it, how to log it. So Air India 191, Mumbai Radio, checking cell call Alpha Bravo Delta Charlie. So the reply would be Air India 191, Mumbai Radio, checking cell call. And how will they check cell call? Listen to this carefully. How is the simulation happening? So let's say this is my keyboard, okay? This is my keyboard. Alpha to Sierra except I and O. So what I'll do, okay, ABCD, he said, the ATC. If I'm FIC, what am I doing? Checking cell call Alpha Bravo Delta Charlie. So if I put Alpha Bravo Delta Charlie, will I get the oral or visual notification? No, because my aircraft will receive it, but my aircraft will not give me the notification. So what will I say? The code is wrong, because obviously read back. I'm also listening. Plus, if I'm not listening, if you blindly say cell call okay, then they will know you're not listening. Because how will it be okay? Your code was Alpha Bravo Charlie Delta. Their code is Alpha Bravo Delta Charlie. This is why what ATC is saying, you need to be listening carefully. Something that you cannot understand just solving question papers. You understand? So focus. So it is incorrect. I know it is incorrect because I said Alpha Bravo Charlie Delta from whatever reference out of these three. My reply, negative. I say again, check cell call Alpha Bravo Charlie Delta Air India 191. Remember, here I don't need to give a read back because I have given them the instruction. So they have to give me a good read back. If they are not giving me a good read back, I'll say negative, I say again and repeat the correct thing. You could say that is incorrect and all, it's not needed. Let's see what ATC says after this. Checking cell call Alpha Bravo Charlie Delta Mumbai Radio. So if they have said the correct code, you imagine that you have got the oral or visual notification. In real life, you will actually wait for it. If you get that beep or that visual notification, it means secondary is working fine, cell call is working fine. I'm gonna switch over to primary and check the same. If not, then I'll say cell call not okay and my check is incomplete. So I'll call in the engineers or go through the checklist, whatever is the case with respect to your aircraft. If it's your own checklist, then you go through the checklist and see what went wrong that your cell call is not working. If your cell call is not working, your departure will be delayed till the time your cell call issue is fixed in real life. You need to know because that could be simulated in your exams. Okay. What will be your reply? Now that they have set the correct code, in your exams, if the question doesn't say show your inability to comply, then it means it's okay and they're not going to complicate it more further. That I can assure in one way or the other, not completely, of course. They can always surprise us. Okay. So what will be my reply now? Look at this reply. If you don't focus, you'll always have doubts. Look at the reply, everyone. We're looking here and there, waiting for 3:30. Don't you know I know what is happening? Even with your cameras off. Attention, come on. 40 more minutes. How 40? 50? What? 3:30, right? Yeah, whatever. 50 more minutes. Checking cell call, Alpha Bravo Charlie Delta Mumbai Radio. ATC says. Code is right. I heard it right. What did I say? Cell call. Okay. This is the only place where you're going to use the word okay in your RT calls. So don't have that doubt, sir. Okay to Roger hota hai na? Of course. Okay generally means Roger. Doesn't mean yes or a no. Roger is I have received and understood your message or last transmission. This is the only place where you'll say cell call okay. Or okay, use the word okay. The reply would be cell call okay. Changing to primary 707172. Same rule applies either on chart, either in briefings, either by ATC in the VHF radio check or whatsoever. That I don't need to mention, okay? The call would complete like this. Cell call, okay. Changing to primary, whatsoever the frequencies. You don't need to mention the unit here. 707172, 7075, whatever. Standby. So we're asking that particular ATC, which I was, wait for me. Don't go anywhere. My check is not yet over. I've just done it on secondary. I need to do it on primary also right now. So cell call, okay. Changing to primary, whatever frequency. If you don't have, just say primary. Standby, Air India 191. Now I told you all, no matter which FIC, you're always going to be talking on one frequency with all the people, all the FICs. So the primary and secondary, you will have the same person sitting there. People will not be different. Just that we have different modes. So if I'm handling Mumbai FIC, if I'm the human that you're going to talk to, Mumbai radio, okay, then I'll have access to primary first also and secondary also. I've checked in on primary. I've checked in on secondary right now. I've checked in on secondary. Done. Now I'll check in on primary. So this is how the pilot is supposed to talk to the air traffic controller. So cell call okay on secondary. I've got the, how do you know okay? He said the code. You got your oral and visual warning. Notification. We won't call it warning. Notification. You say, okay, good. Very nice. If you do that in air, on secondary, if you do that, I'll reply. That is the meaning. So it's working. If you want to reach out to me, you can reach out to me. Yes, it's working. So the whole theory comes into picture. If you miss out on the backstory, you'll be like, kyun, kya, kaise? What do I do? Standby, ATC reply. Standing by. Mumbai radio. Same person. You will be thinking, sir, why standby? Earlier was a secondary one, then primary. He has both. He's the same person. He has both. Secondary also, primary also. Doubt solved. Now you assume you have just changed from secondary to primary. There's a simple switch button on your VHF panel. I'll show you all pictures sometime, maybe in your notes or something. Okay. You assume you have switched the frequency. Sorry. You assume you have switched the frequency and you say Mumbai radio Air India 191 on primary 707172. Check cell call. Note in this reply, students, you don't have to give the cell call code again. It is rule. It is by rule when you're doing it on primary. After secondary, you don't have to give the cell call code. Remember that. It could lead to confusions. Mumbai Radio, Air India 191 on primary. Mumbai Radio, Air India 191 on primary 707172, check cell call. That's it. ADC will say Air India 191, Mumbai Radio, checking cell call. Simple. You will say cell call, okay, Air India 191. Go to next question. That's it. This is your pre-flight cell call check. Done. Ideally done, nothing else. So this is my pre-flight cell call check. Let's quickly do call number 3. Carry out airborne cell call check. And here they will tell us. So it's an airborne cell call check. If position is not given to you, try to see what was your last position and all. Generally, they'll give you something, some position reference. We'll take the complicated question here. You are 80 DME from Mumbai. From Mumbai means you're outbound Mumbai, okay? From Mumbai means outbound. This is a simple way to understand. Outbound Mumbai. Passing this for that, perform a cell call check. Okay, or carry out required checks on HF. It all means airborne cell call check. Okay, it's a very simple call. We'll write it here only. See, the question is complicated, but it is very, the question is complicated, but the solution is very simple. Mumbai Radio, Air India 191, 80 DME, outbound Mumbai, radial. I should have checked it earlier. Sorry for the dead air in between. See, I forgot one step and I realized that by the time I've reached that call, I have to go back, look at the chart. And then when I look at the chart, I end up giving you the examiner a little bit of dead air. And if the dead air goes beyond 10 seconds, then it becomes a negative marking for us. Negative marking as in they'll cut marks. People also, RT mein negative markings hota hai. Come on, if they cut your marks for your mistake, that is negative marking, right? I'm clearing all these doubts, okay? Before you ask. Mumbai Radio, Air India 191, 80 DME outbound Mumbai, radial 018, passing flight level 150 for flight level 350, airborne cell call check on primary, check cell call Alpha Bravo Charlie Delta. Reply, I'm writing here log keeping because we are short of space right now. But you know where to start with your ATC logs. I've seen some students not even log properly. If this is your transmission, whatever you receive should be logged from here and down onwards, not here. If you have that in your question papers, then you're following the wrong thing or the wrong thing in that right question paper, whatever. I'm just mentioning where to log. Make sure you don't make that mistake saying, sir, आपने ऐसा दिखाया था तो मैं कर रहा हूँ. अरे तो इसके 100 बार पहले भी तो कुछ अलग बताया ना, यही क्यों पकड़ के बैठे हो आप? तो I'm making it clear. Has to begin from where TX ends. So my ATC call would be Air India 191, Mumbai radio, checking cell call Alpha Bravo Charlie Delta. If they have said Alpha Bravo Charlie Delta, it means it's correct. Your reply would be such a mess. I should have taken it on a bigger canvas. I just thought we should include the position report. That will get you better marks. Generally, in this call, we don't take position report, but because the other two questions are like that, it's better if we do so. So, how do we fix the log, man? Come on. No problem. So here my reply would be simple. Question number 3 continued. We'll take it ahead, okay? I hope you're not confused. So what was the reply? The reply was Air India 191, Mumbai radio, checking cell call, Alpha Bravo Charlie Delta. Air India 101, Mumbai radio, checking cell call, Alpha Bravo Charlie Delta. So my reply, cell call, okay. Passing flight level 170 for flight level 350, Air India 191. Why am I changing my passing value from 150 to 170? Because by the time ATC has done that check with me, I have climbed to flight level 170. I'm just passing this for that. So this is how you maintain passing when you're not maintaining one particular altitude. Go to next question. So similar thing that I simulated earlier in a pre-flight cell call check was to give you a wrong cell call code in the read back. You can correct it by saying negative, I say again and give the correct code. In that call also ATC might not simulated a wrong cell call code. Getting it, students? So that can happen there. You don't have to say negative. You can simply say cell call okay, changing to primary standby India 191. And they'll say Roger standing by India 191. And then go to next question. All right, students. So this is your airborne cell call check. Question number 3 done. Let's do question number 4. Students, I'm taking Air India 191 only. Yeah, over here. Okay, be on the lookout also over here. Here I took Air India 101, but ideally it was 191. If that happens in real time, if ATC tells you Air India 101 Mumbai radio checking cell call Alpha Bravo Charlie Delta, you will say negative, or you will say station calling Alpha 101 Air India 191. like this. So your W1. So you're just trying to tell them, or you can say this. Negative, I say again, Mumbai Radio, Air India 191, passing flight level 150 for flight level 350, airborne cell call check, check cell call Alpha Bravo Charlie Delta, radial 018, DME DME 80 outbound Mumbai. Like that. Here, I didn't want to simulate that, but in your real-time calls in the examination, that can also be simulated. ATC can or might or may on purpose or maybe by mistake. You'll never know if they're doing it out of intent or a human error that I had right now. So you be watchful, like one of our students was, although you're not required to message me right now in class. He did. It's okay, but I'll still suggest follow my advice. And don't do all this in between lectures, no matter what reason compels you to do so. Although I appreciate it, my dear student, but this doubt I would have appreciated if everyone would have shared with me individually, saying, sir, यहाँ पे 101 है, तो वहाँ पे 119 और 1 क्यों नहीं है? This is the whole purpose. Don't discuss anything right now when I'm asking you all not to discuss. You never know what errors I'm doing on purpose or not to see whether you're watchful or not. But it's okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. But your first requirement is to follow instructions, nothing else. You're not supposed to correct my mistakes. That is not your duty. Your duty is to learn, follow my instructions, and get that license cleared. And if you're not learning, if you're not yet thorough, keep running behind me a little bit, students. That's only one request that I have from you all. Be behind me. Keep texting, keep calling, keep checking with me. Don't feel ignored even when I'm not answering or replying on time. All right. Okay. Next is you departed. Yeah, very important and very easy calls to do. I really like these. You departed Mumbai at 1315. Give necessary report over HF. Or you departed Mumbai at 1315. Give necessary report to FIC. Add one more thing. The obvious question, add one more that. Or you departed Bravo, Bravo, Bravo 1315. Give departure report or give departure message. You might directly get a call that they say there that give departure report or departure message. That's it. Direct. So whatever the case is, the call is very simple. I don't know if it's the correct word. Taxi to bigger canvas. So that will help you understand. Taxi to bigger canvas, just using aviation term. Basically, we are solving it here. You are departed Mumbai 1315. Give departure report or departure message or any other way they are saying this. Remember, okay? Note departure report or departure message will always go to destination radio irrespective of your present FIR. Read it again once or twice. I'm just here. go through your notes before we do these final calls. These are the mandatory reports. So ideally, after departure, once you have done with your initial climb and flap extension and everything, out of the blue, you have to make this call as a compulsory call, or you would do it on request of ATC. In the exams, they're giving you the situation, but it generally is a mandatory thing to do after departure. So even if you're taking off from Mumbai, so ideally you're tuned to Mumbai radio, but this call will go to destination. In this case, it is deadly radio. And you know, everyone is connected with the same frequency because of higher range. So do not be doubtful about, sir, if I'm in Mumbai FIR, why am I calling Delhi FIR? You can sit at Trivandrum and can still speak with Delhi FIR. I have already said that. That is the range. We all are tuned at the same time. One CEO is going to be looking out for everyone. So he or she needs that one frequency only. Unlike VHF. So it is already said. Make sure if you've forgotten, then you put it in your mind again. I'm just here. Think about it. Just 2 more calls. Let's try to wrap up early. I'm just here. Students, I'm just here. Yeah. So due departure report or departure message will always go to the destination radio irrespective of your present FIR. Okay. So what's our destination radio? It's Delhi radio. What are we? We are in Mumbai, doesn't matter. So the call will go to Delhi radio, even though you are just departed from Mumbai. It's possible. It's by rule you have to do it. It's mandatory. HF. Same frequency, all FICs, but different people operating that radio so that we can have versatility also. So what if an aircraft is in Chennai and wanting to talk on primary with Chennai, and the same time an aircraft is in Delhi wanting to talk on Delhi primary? Can 2 aircrafts transmit at the same time primary to 2 different FICs? No, they cannot. Either they'll have to wait or they'll be assigned other frequencies to connect in real time. There are many frequencies available. So that doubt is also solved. You'll be like, sir, इतना गुस्सा में डाउट क्यों सॉल्व कर रहे हैं? गुस्से में डाउट नहीं सॉल्व कर रहे हैं, आप लोग फायदा उठा रहे हो. सिंपल, माय एफर्ट ऑफ मेकिंग थिंग्स सिंपल फॉर यू. आप लोग सोचते हो सिंपल है तो आप लोग उस पर फोकस नहीं करते हो, उसको मेमोरी में नहीं स्टोर करते हो, आप लोग उसको याद नहीं रखते हो, और उसके वजह से आपके परफॉर्मेंस में मिस्टेक्स आती हैं. It's like the world is not ready for a teacher like me. You never know. I might just simply stop this after the December session completely. Invictus, I'll put on hold. You never know, you know. Of course, whoever is completing your individual goals, I'll stop taking new ones. That's it. I'll just finish whatever targets we have, no matter it takes 1 year or two individually. Other than I'm not going to do public service anymore if your students are going to act up like this again and again, 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 again and again. I'm talking about good students only, not bad. There's no bad student. Let's get done with this call. Where am I? I've just departed. The meaning just departed means I'm somewhere maintaining runway heading, doing initial climbs, maybe as per ATC clearance or something. So look at the call, everyone. Thinking about the call before I take it. Centering myself because I'm thinking about this, that, lot of emotions, you know, pressure of time, pressure of your personal growth. Thinking about even if I have to withdraw new admissions, I'll have to still be doing it for a year or so for all of you all who are already signed up with me. So I'm thinking about it, of course. You have to think about everything. You cannot just quit something. It's not about quitting. It's about waiting for the right time. Maybe I would go to Europe and do the same thing because that's where they know how to study. Now, why would I waste time in India then? If the students are not careful. You know, yesterday YouTube gave me a report that the maximum sessions are being attended from Australia. You know that? Then Canada. Then France. India is not even in the list of the top 5. And I'm just saying within my reach, small reach, that people are getting an access. You don't know how lucky you are. Delhi Radio, Air India 191, departure report, Air India 191, one 325, departed Mumbai 1315, passing 3500 feet for flight level 70, runway heading runway 27, IFR Mumbai to Delhi, flight level 350, Alpha 474, estimating active 1330, Mumbai, Ahmedabad, control boundary 1350, Bodar 1357, Ahmedabad, Delhi, control boundary 1415, Gudum 1430, Ikaba 1445, ETA Delhi 1500. Aircraft Boeing 787 heavy, passenger on board 120. This is your departure report or departure message, my dear students. In this, you will say that you have departed, and these are your actual estimates, and this is the time by which you're going to enter the destination aerodrome that is within the destination FIR. So you're preparing your destination FIR, the CEO, the designated CEO for the Delhi FIC, that I have left for your airspace. And in your airspace, my airport that I'm going to land at is Delhi. I'm going to reach there by 3 and have left. My journey has been successful. The beginning of my journey has been successful. My takeoff was successful. I'm ready. I'm just going to be there. So make preparations. So basically, you are telling them that everything is as per the flight plan. So they would already know who is going to enter their flight plan. But this message makes their job easy to confirm whether you are going to come on time or not, so that they can manage the airspace accordingly or make sure of other things accordingly. So this is what is actually happening in the back end. Back end as in, जो आप लोग को दिखता नहीं है, but जो हो रहा है. Operations, admin, whatever you call it. यहाँ पे क्या होता है क्लास में, सर को पीछे पढ़ना पड़ता है. FIC वो नहीं कर रहा है, बिकॉज FIC को पता है वो एक है एंड प्लेन्स 1000 हैं, तो सबको अपना काम दिया गया है. We are using the same aviation protocols in our training center. Right, students? So follow. It's nothing else. It's what all the Gyan Vitran I do, knowledge distribution, it's aviation philosophy that we follow as per international people. You think about being in the cockpit and doing your job. That's not it. That's not the whole commercial aviation world. So people who say, I want to become when I ask you to fill that first form, WhatsApp, only I think 2 students in my whole entire Invictus behalf, not the earlier brand, Invictus behalf. Only 2 people I think I remember, maybe 1, management pilot. I'm like, come. I'm like, come. No need to go through the scholarship thing. Come. I like your goal. No matter what you are. Yes, that's the ultimate goal in your profession. So, this is my departure report. They will say, Air India 191, Delhi radio, Roger. Or Roger, Delhi radio, whatever. Go to next question. So we are done almost. We don't have much time. Let's do question number 5. What was question number 5? You are over Mumbai-Delhi FIR boundary. Take action as per required procedures. Or you are over Mumbai-Delhi FIR boundary. Or give FIR report. Then even if position is not given to you, you should know. Just a second, okay, students. Yeah, let's get this done with students. Okay. So Give FIR report. If when that is the thing given to you and no position reference is given to you, then you have to assume that your position is over the FIR boundary in the flight direction of your flight path. Okay. Determine your position as per rules of the air, whatever, it's the same thing. So basically what happens, write down this note, everyone. Students, if I'm not done speaking and if it's stretching a little bit longer than 3:30, then just stay with me, okay? I want to get this done with. Write down this important note. Question number 5 was FIR report. We'll just write it this much, you know, the questions. FIR report note. Whenever you have HF and you are on FIR boundary or going to cross FIR boundary, then it's it means or you're going to cross FIR boundary, then it's mandatory to give FIR report. Yeah. So the call is like this. You got this note. Whenever you have HF and you are on FIR boundary and are going, or you're going to cross, or okay, or going to cross FIR boundary, then it's mandatory to give FIR report. What is the call? It is slightly tricky. Students, it is slightly tricky because here you're going to use the name of two ATCs. So you're going from Mumbai radio to Delhi radio. See how the call is going to be. Very simple, but tricky. So I'm going from Mumbai radio to Delhi radio. Remember, from Mumbai to Delhi. Where am I as per the chart? I'll show you. As per the chart, I'm here. Exactly here. Just a little ahead of Idola. You can say you are on Idola also right now, but Idola gets into Delhi FIR right now as per this chart. So where am I? I'm exactly here. As per this, sorry. So as per this chart, my aircraft is over here, X. This is my aircraft position. That's it. Whenever this happens, you have to give an FIR report. Let's just quickly get done with this. Mumbai radio, copy. Delhi radio. Air India 191. One 430 over Mumbai Delhi FIR boundary, flight level 350, radial 019er, 0, correction, 60 DME outbound Pratapgarh. Estimating Gudum 1445 Ikaba 1455 ETA Delhi 1500 changing over to Delhi radio. What are the key elements in this call apart from your obvious position report? The key elements are the first, whom are you calling? You're calling both the ATCs because you're on the transition point. The FIR boundary is the transition point from between the Delhi FIC or FIR and Mumbai FIR or Mumbai FIR and Delhi FIR. Okay, so W1, this becomes your W1. You don't need to individually raise the station of Mumbai radio first and Delhi radio afterwards, like in your old solutions or your question bank. Generally, earlier we used to talk like this. Mumbai radio, Air India 1901. Mumbai radio will say Air India 1901. Mumbai radio, go ahead. I'll say Mumbai radio, Air India 1901, stand by. Then I'll say Delhi radio, Air India 1901. Delhi radio will say Air India 1901, Delhi radio, go ahead. You'll say Delhi radio, Air India 1, stand by. So both are available. I used to check that as a pilot. That was my RT. Now we have revised that. We are reducing the mental load of pilot as we speak. Every day people are behind reduction, the cockpit workload. So that happens as you go ahead in life. That's why you have to go through recurrent trainings. So my W1 becomes Mumbai radio, copy Delhi radio. This is the only place where you're going to use copy in your civil aviation. Otherwise, copy is reserved for defense RT, not civil RT. So there are variations in RT also. So this is W1. Next, the last thing you need to say is changing over to Delhi radio. Very important, this point. These are the 2 points where they're going to ask you where your money is, basically. Other than that, it's just basic position report. ATC will say, Roger, Delhi radio, and you'll hear Mumbai also say, Roger, Mumbai radio. So you're basically telling the Mumbai FIR, FIC CEO that I'm just going there, you can stay free. You get free. So that is FIR report.
Sir,
Students, whatever questions you have, note them and send me a picture after the session. No live doubts today. I think giving you the opportunity to discuss doubts is spoiling you and making you lose focus in your class. Sorry, but you have to prove yourselves. Everyone. It's not about 2-3 students doing everything correctly. Everyone, come on. So revise. All right. Signing off. Give me 8 minutes. Enjoy those 8 minutes extra. Be positive. Do what you're being told. No matter how you are, I know I can help you get through if we work together. If you're not getting the time, get behind my back. Get the time. I'm available till at least 2 a.m. in the night. Okay? At least. And then morning 7 onwards. At least. Minimum. Give me those... When I say 5 hours, I'm only getting 2 hours sleep. But we'll do it till the time we get through our RT. After that, I'll take a trip or something. So don't worry about me, okay? All the best, everyone. Send me a picture of your notes in PDF, proper nomenclature, and a list of your doubts. And just enjoy the rest of the time. And I might get in touch with you all individually. If you have something, get in touch with me individually. All the best. Take care. If you're missing something out, the recording is there. Go back, play back. Do it. You have everything right there. Try to get it done now. Few more days and you're going to do it on your own. Try doing it, and then if you're struggling, get back to me. I'm always there. But if you keep making the same mistakes again and again after me telling the same thing again and again, then understand. Understand you have to work on yourself. I'll keep trying. I'll bear all the losses. But the eventual losses is going to be yours. So a smart person would choose to get profit instead of loss and will do everything it takes to get the profit by doing the right thing, no shortcuts. Think about it. Think about it. If you're missing any instruction, go back through your notes, go back through the lectures, verify, you still have time. Verify what I've taught you. All the best. You can do it. And don't forget to smile, okay?